Hormat Bapak Parman Soekarno PhD selaku Direktur Akademik Universitas Telkom, Bapak Muhammad Almaki selaku Kepala Bagian Pengembangan Akademik Universitas Telkom, Profesor Dr. Khairiyah Mohd Yusof dan Dr. Syed Ahmad Helmi dari Purdue University USA, serta seluruh Bapak Ibu dosen perwakilan program studi Telkom University National Campus dan Telkom University Kampus Jakarta yang berbahagia. Pertama-tama marilah kita panjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala yang Tuhan yang Maha Esa, karena hanya atas limpahan rahmat dan kasih sayangnya kita dapat berkumpul pada acara workshop hari ini. Sebelum kami memulai acara pada pagi hari ini, marilah kita berdoa terlebih dahulu sesuai agama dan kepercayaan kita masing-masing. Berdoa dipersilakan. Baik, berdoa selesai. Pertama-tama, mari saya menjelaskan sedikit rangkaian untuk hari ini. Kegiatan ini merupakan rangkaian dari workshop metode pembelajaran yang sebelumnya telah dilaksanakan pada tahun lalu di tanggal 20 sampai 21 Juli 2023. Adapun tujuan workshop pada part 2 ini ialah memberikan pembekalan materi dan praktik untuk semua perwakilan dari setiap program studi dalam rangka meningkatkan kualitas kegiatan belajar mengajar, terutama dalam merancang pembelajaran yang efektif untuk memfasilitasi pengembangan kerja tim. Izinkan saya memperkenalkan diri terlebih dahulu. Perkenalkan, saya Siti Nur Aziza Sugiharto yang akan memandu acara pada pagi hari ini. Baik, selanjutnya kami akan mempersilakan kepada Bapak Parman Soekarno PhD untuk memberikan sambutan sekaligus untuk membuka acara pada pagi hari ini. Kepada Bapak Parman Soekarno, waktu dan tempat dipersilakan.
Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, good morning everyone. Yang kami hormati, yang kami muliakan, Profesor Khairiyah and Profesor Helmi. Welcome back to Telkom University. Great to meet you again. Bapak Ibu semuanya dari seluruh fakultas, kemudian prodi-prodi ya, termasuk dari Surabaya. Selamat datang. Kemudian terima kasih ya sudah hadir. Insya Allah dalam 2 hari ini kita akan mengikuti serangkaian acara yang kami berharap ini akan sangat berguna untuk teaching learning di prodi masing-masing ya. Jadi selalu yang kami sampaikan, misi Direktorat Akademik itu adalah student success ya, keberhasilan mahasiswa-mahasiswa kita. How to improve the student success in Telkom University. Nah, Bapak Ibu semuanya, a few months ago we have discussed about the outcome of the tracer study. Yeah. So one of the feedback from the industry is that our graduate alumni still need improvement in few areas. There are, for example, the ability to work in team, yeah, team-based project, and other soft skill. So that's one of the feedback that we are still have room for improvements, yeah, in our teaching learning process. The second that we need to highlight is that the government through the regulation of indikator kinerja utama, the key performance indicator, especially number 7, government realized that we need to foster what we call class participative and collaborative. So how to design the teaching learning more participative and collaborative for students. And one of the techniques to achieve that is through the team-based project, team-based learning. That's the main topic of the second part that will be discussed, will be covered for the next 2 days. Okay, so that's the second, and then the third, Bapak Ibu semua, if you look at the regulation about the guru and dosen, ya, tentang guru dan dosen, including di peraturan menteri, ya, ada 4 main competencies that every lecturer have to have. First is about the professional kompetensi profesional, ya. Apa itu kompetensi profesional? Bapak Ibu, misalkan Bu Mira di RPL paham betul, expert tentang software engineering. That's professional kompetensi. Ada 4 seluruhnya. Yang perlu kita aware adalah, satu itu sangat related dengan hard skill, ya, tapi ternyata 3 yang lain itu terkait dengan soft skill, kompetensi sosial, kompetensi kepribadian, dan kompetensi pedagogik. Nah, barangkali kita termasuk juga pengembangan development provided by the Directorate of Human Resource, more focus on the professional competencies development. But again, I would like to emphasize that there are 3 other competencies, main competency that we need to also improve, ya, sosial, kepribadian, dan pedagogik. Acara ini, Bapak Ibu, ya, khususnya akan lebih memberikan insight, mendevelop kemampuan Bapak Ibu, ya, untuk membangun pedagogik kompetensi. Nah, ini Profesor Helmi and Khairiyah itu expert di bidang education, ya, spesifik di engineering education, tapi kita bisa expand untuk faculties yang lain. So we have 7 faculties, Faculty of Electrical Engineering, Faculty of Informatics, Faculty of Industrial Engineering, Faculty of Creative Industry, Faculty of Communication and Social Science, Faculty of Economic and Business, and last faculty is Applied Science. So this variety of the disciplines probably can be also take into the discussion in this 2 days workshop. So Bapak Ibu, ya, kami berharap 3 hal tadi setidaknya, ya, feedback from the tracer study, ya, about the performance of our graduate, and then about the KPI, ya, how to design and implement kelas yang partisipatif and kolaboratif, and then the third is the main competencies, 4 main competency of lecturer, ya, di mana sebenarnya 3 dari 4, ya, itu sesungguhnya bertumpu pada soft skill Bapak Ibu, ya, sosial, kepribadian, dan juga pedagogi. Jadi sebenarnya hanya satu saja yang terkait dengan expertise Bapak Ibu, ya, itu yang diharapkan bahkan oleh regulasi, ya. Nah, ini barangkali yang 3 ini kurang tersentuh. Nah, kami di Direktur Akademik sangat memahaminya, sehingga akan ada banyak seri workshop yang coba membangun kompetensi yang 3 ini. Nah, kami berharap setelah workshop ini Bapak Ibu kembali ke program studi, kemudian menularkan, ya, apa yang didapat ini ke dosen-dosen lain, termasuk mempraktekkan apa yang sudah diperoleh selama 2 hari ini, ya, di kelas masing-masing, ya. Nah, kami berharap akan ada dampak, ya, barangkali takes time, ya, tapi kita berharap outcome based education, ya, outcome-nya akan terlihat nanti di mahasiswa-mahasiswa kita, ya. Karena role of people, ya, lecturers is very important. The one who design the curriculum is people, you all, ya. The one who design di rancangan pembelajaran semester Bapak Ibu. Yang mengelola memfasilitasi perkuliahan di kelas Bapak Ibu, ya. Yang melakukan assessment Bapak Ibu. Jadi peran Bapak Ibu luar biasa, sangat penting, ya, sekaligus memberikan tanggung jawab yang luar biasa, ya. Nah, ini barangkali Bapak Ibu, ya, kami berharap selama 2 hari ini Bapak Ibu bisa fokus di workshop, kemudian apa yang menjadi objektif dari workshop ini bisa tercapai, ya. Itu barangkali sedikit pengantar dari workshop ini. Saya cukupkan sampai di sini. Terima kasih semuanya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, terima kasih kepada Bapak Parman Soekarno PhD atas sambutan sekaligus pembukaan untuk acara workshop pada hari ini. Selanjutnya kita akan mulai masuk ke sesi materi yang akan disampaikan oleh kedua narasumber kita di sini. Ada Profesor Dr. Syed Ahmad Helmi serta Profesor Dr. Khairiyah Mohd Yusof. Kepada kedua narasumber waktu dan tempat dipersilakan.
Auzubillahi Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil mursalin wa ala alihi wa man da'a bi da'watihi ila yaumiddin. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Apa khabar semua? Sihat? Siapa yang pernah bersama kami sebelum ni? Okey, yang belum pernah, yang pertama kali. Yang pertama kali. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alhamdulillah. Jadi sebelum before we start, okay, let me introduce myself. Okay, my name is Helmi. We are actually and this is Prof Khairiyah. We are actually husband and wife. Okay. So if I pet her, so please bear with me on that. Okay, we are actually was from University Technology Malaysia, but then last year we joined Purdue University. So we retired from UTM and we are now with Purdue University in the States. My background is bachelor in mechanical engineering, my master in advanced manufacturing, but my PhD in engineering education. And Prof Khairiyah, her background actually is chemical engineering up to PhD, and now she's actually with School of Engineering Education, and at Purdue University. Myself, I'm but double appointment with School of Industrial Engineering as well as School of Engineering Education at Purdue University. Okay. So that's a bit of introduction about ourselves. Okay, do you have any question before we start? No? Okay, this is actually our outcomes, right? At the end of this workshop, you should be able to, can you say it? Okay, form and support development of learning teams in classroom. Okay, you should be able to form and support the development of learning team in your classroom. That is our first objective, right? Or outcomes. And then the second, you should be able to apply the 5 principles of cooperative learning. Okay, so we will introduce you with 5 principles of cooperative learning. You should be able to apply these 5 principles. Okay, not only in this work about cooperative learning, but also in other areas as well. Okay, in other teaching methodology. Explain a formal cooperative learning structure. Okay, you should be able to explain the structure of cooperative learning. Okay, and also the 3 pillars to support student in learning in teams. We will introduce you with the 3 pillars, right? You should be able to how to explain this CL, formal CL. Before this, you learn about informal CL. Okay, before this, the first part is about informal CL. Okay, now we are talking about formal cooperative learning. There are principles for that, right? And there are 3 pillars in formal cooperative learning. You should be able to apply these 3 pillars. Okay, and then design and plan learning environment that support the development of the learning teams. Okay, so these are actually our aim for this workshop. Okay, the outcome for this workshop are these 4. Okay, but again, these principles is not only meant for cooperative learning, but also you can make use of these principles in other, for example, problem-based learning or other types of learning, even in the lab as well. Okay, right? You have any question? Okay. Right.
Okay. Yang
I don't know what's wrong.
okay. So there's a lot of work in higher education, and specific. I'm going to use engineering education as an example. But if you do look at other fields, yeah, even in business education, in medical education, in a lot of fields, there's a lot of studies being made on how to actually develop graduates in the 21st century. Because there's a lot of changes happening now. Yeah? Sekarang ini sibuk tentang AI kan. So how do you teach? How do you want to assess your students with AI? How do you know they are writing it? I'm sure you have used ChatGPT, right? Yeah. It's so easy to write now. You just put in the principles you want to use, and then boom, you don't have to write from scratch anymore. Can you trust everything that ChatGPT gives you? No. Yeah. So I was guiding one of my postdoc to write a literature review on problem-based learning, project-based learning. And the first reference was do, J, and then the article. And I was reading it, and I asked her, do you think this article is real? And she says, why not? It's John Doe or Jane Doe. It says it's John Doe. If it's John Doe, that means the person doesn't exist. Yeah? And I've never seen that article before. So she went back and she says, yeah, the AI made up the article. It's not even there. And sometimes you ask ChatGPT to summarize certain things, it's not even the crux of the paper. Yeah? There's an algorithm for it to pick out certain parts, but the meaning is not, that's not the real meaning of the paper. Okay? So now it's even more difficult to teach because the students have to be really, you have to teach the students to be really critical. You cannot just trust everything. There's a lot of news articles now that's being generated by AI. Do you know that? You don't know what's the truth anymore. So we have to cross-check to see whether what is being read, what we have read, is actually what is something that is happening. Yeah? And we really have to be careful because the algorithm will depend on who are the people who are programming it. What are the algorithm telling them? What sort of news do they want people to read? Yeah? So it's getting even more challenging. So in engineering education, there's a lot of reports that has come out on how can we teach and develop future engineers. But I think this is very general. You can also extend it to how can we develop future professionals. Yeah. There's a lot of issues, so we're not going to discuss this issue now. But if you look at the 21st century skills, next. Okay. Now we have done this, we have seen this in the first part in our workshop before this. But when we say defining 21st century skills, it's not really well defined except for this reference, yeah, from the World Economic Forum. In 2015, they define the three different, can you really see this? Because I think it's a bit small. I'm getting worried because, yeah, because it's glaring. I was thinking that I'm standing here, if I'm having difficulty trying to read that, I'm sure those at the back cannot see it. The front light. Okay. But even then it's quite small, eh? Okay, tak apalah. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Oh, but you have something else at the back. Which is also quite small. But that's fine. By the way, all of you have this? Dr. Fitri, mana ini? Bukunya. Okay, now, I'm really happy to hear about the 4 competencies that Telkom University expect the lecturers to have, because those actually overlap with what is required in the 21st century, for among the 21st century skills. Now, which of the 3 do we normally focus on? Foundational literacies, competencies, character qualities. Which of them do we cover them? Do we do all of them in our classes equally in our education system? Which one do we tend to focus on more among the 3? Yang mana satu, ya? Boleh nampak tak? Foundational literacies ni adalah literacy about reading, numeracy, scientific literacy, IT literacy, financial literacy, cultural and civic literacy. Kalau competencies ni macam critical thinking, problem solving, creativity, communication, collaboration. Character qualities, curiosity, initiative, persistence, grit, adaptability, leadership, social and cultural awareness. So yang mana satu, ya, yang kita selalu focus on in our education system?
Which one we usually focus in our class, in our program? Yeah?
Okay.
Foundational literacy, definitely,
Then,
right?
Definitely, usually we focus on the knowledge.
Yeah.
Bukannya knowledge itu tidak perlu, knowledge perlu, tetapi yang lain-lain juga perlu. Yeah? Okay. So, now, when we talk about active learning, cooperative learning, actually you will be able to learn, you will be able to help your students learn at a deep level, okay, which is very good because it will enhance your capability to design learning environments, learning activities that will help students to learn at a deep level. When I say learning at a deep level, it means that they will be able to apply the knowledge that they learn at the workplace. Okay, saya tidak tahu dalam bidang lain bagaimana, ya, tetapi di dalam engineering, one of the major complaints of industry is that our graduates are not able to apply their knowledge at the workplace. They can be very good students, they can get A's, but they don't know how to apply and use the knowledge to solve problems at the workplace. Yeah. So, dalam bidang-bidang lain bagaimana, saya tidak pasti, ya. Tapi kalau dalam engineering memang itu biggest complaint. All over the world, ya. Bukan sahaja di certain countries, kalau kita buka reports of engineering education reports, memang stakeholders always complain about this. So yang bagusnya tentang cooperative learning, there's a lot of research that shows that you'll be able to help your students learn at a very deep level, which means that they can apply their knowledge. We'll be able to help them develop these competencies or enhance whatever they already have, which is the thinking part, the creativity, communication. Ada bahagian communication di sini, boleh bantu sekali. Communication, collaboration. So today we will focus on team working, how to develop learning teams in the classroom, but at the same time we will develop all of it. Now, if we are able to design it well, I have also seen that we'll be able to develop these character qualities. Our own work, our own experience, when we apply cooperative learning, the character qualities will also come out. Because when we give them real world scenarios, real world situations, we will actually push them into an area that they are not familiar with. And this is where we need to guide them so that they do not give up and they develop these character qualities, the great persistence, how to actually be creative, how to adapt to different cultural contexts. So it can be very powerful. There's a lot of research that shows this. But in higher education, we still need to encourage instructors to use it, all over the world. Now, just to share you something that is happening throughout the world, but not so much in Asia. Actually, I'm quite worried when I look at there's this vacuum in Asia, but then there's a lot of changes happening throughout the world. We see a lot of changes in the technology and all that. But do you realize that in universities throughout the world, there's a focus now on trying to find instructors, faculty members who are good in educating students in higher education. Latest request, latest opening from the University of Sydney. You can Google University of Sydney and try and find these positions. There's 150 positions open, looking for discipline-based, education-focused faculty members, from assistant professor to associate professor to professors. All scales. They're looking for education-focused, disciplinary-based faculty members. What does that mean? Dosen-dosen yang memang ada PhD dan expert di dalam bidang mereka, tetapi education focus. Mengetahui tentang pedagogi, melaksanakan something that is known professionally, scholarship of teaching and learning. InsyaAllah kami akan touch on this on Friday. So di Telkom University, dengan the push for the competency for pedagogy, the cultural awareness and all that, it is very good because you are actually developing instructors, lecturers who will have these competencies. Because throughout the world, they are looking for this. In the US, there's so many universities looking for those who are education focused in their own discipline. So they would know those who are education focused in their own discipline would know how to teach their students, how to develop their students. I give you an example. Purdue University, in the School of Engineering Education, the school I'm at, we just lost one faculty member. She's an associate professor, so she's already tenured. Tenureship tu, that means dia dah permanent. Kalau non-tenured, dia belum permanent lagi. Assistant professor tu tak permanent lagi. So she's already tenured, and Cornell University, her background is chemical engineering, so exactly like mine. So she's taken by Cornell University, the Department of Chemical Engineering, to focus on the education part of chemical engineering in Cornell University. And Cornell University is a top university in the US. So in the US, there's a lot of opening for education-focused, disciplinary-based faculty. Not only in the US, throughout Europe, and now Australia. Right? So 150 positions, all fields. Di Asia masih, kita kata, oh yang technical tu perlu technical sahaja, perlu technical sahaja. Yeah? Di sana dia banyak hybrid. Yeah? Because there's always space for, in a university, for somebody who know how to educate students. Yes, seperti yang berkata-kata dia, in the end, it's the quality of graduates that we have. Yeah? It's what we do with our students that's most important. Yeah? Tetapi kalau tengok di Asia memang kurang sangatlah.
Alright. Since some of you have attended our workshop before, right? Let us try to reflect, okay, what you have learned, right? So on your own, please try to remember. If you have not attended before, it's okay, right? But those who have attended the workshop, the part one, okay, can you please reflect back, right? Try to remember what you have learned from that workshop just last year, right? Okay? And then after that, share with your friends, right? So those who have not attended, you can hear actually from your friends. Okay? So we give you around 1 minute to reflect. Can you please write down somewhere, try to reflect what you have learned from the previous workshop. Okay? Jangan bincang lagi. Don't discuss yet. Just 1 minute to reflect. No discussion, please. No discussion. 1 minute to reflect.
Reflect sendiri ya.
On your own.
Reflect on your own.
Angkat tangan. Letak di mulut. Okay, reflect for 1 minute. By yourself. No talking. Okay? No talking, please. Just by yourself. Recall what you have learned from our previous workshop. Macam gak ingat langsung ya. Aduh, gimana?
Dia sudah kena amnesia. Ingat lagi amnesia.
All right, now time for you to discuss, to share your whatever you remember, okay, with your friend next to you. Sekarang bisa bincang, okay? Yang belum pernah attend the workshop, mungkin boleh tanya apa yang dipelajari. Okay. Alright, bisa. Boleh. Okay, siapa mau sebut satu aja yang satu yang pernah dipelajari. Satu aja, just one. We're going to start first. Just one.
From the first workshop that I really remember that when we made a mind map in the flip chart, and for my group we made a mind map that we call it the jellyfish mind map, which in the mind map we put several methods about learning, about assessment learning in that mind map. The method is just like the teacher give a case, and then the student made a summaries. After that, they discuss each other.
Okay, very good.
One of the method. That's good. The rest, you want to try?
What we learned in the last workshop. Okay. Just one. Okay, first we have the passive learning spectrum, and then the active learning spectrum, and the cooperative learning is leaning to the active learning. Okay, cooperative learning, there are three types: the informal, formal, and the last one is, I forgot the last one. But the difference in the time span. In informal, it spans only about 1 hour to one session, if I'm not wrong. And then the formal one, it spans between one session to a week. And then the last one could be spent to 1 year, almost a year, something like that. And then we can use the index learning. What was the last one for the S?
The index of learning style.
Index learning style to determine which cooperative learning style we should use in our classroom. Something like that. And about the bookshelf.
Bookends.
The book ends. Okay. So thank you very much. So you mentioned about 3 different methods or principles in that we have covered. Very good. Thank you so much. Satu lagi last kan. Anybody volunteer to say something? I can see your.
What I remember from last year is there are 20 informal cooperative learning in class, and I think for me the most interesting part is when we discuss with small group with the person next to me, and then in a small group, and then in front of the classroom, and we got feedback from the others. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That is the structure of informal CL. Start with individual, and then pairs, and then the overall. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I think you still remember what you have learned. I'm very happy with that. Right? And also the last one, the mind map, the jellyfish. I still remember the jellyfish.
Yeah. But what does this show? You remember? Do you remember what we said, or do you remember what you did? Yeah. In the end, we always remember what we did rather than what we listened to. Any of you tried any of the 20 techniques in your class?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
I forgot to ask that question. How many of you try to use active learning in your class? One? Only one? Two? Only two? Three? Okay. Oh, not
It's
all.
okay.
At least,
Even some
you
of
try.
them. Yeah.
At least you try. Alhamdulillah. Haven't tried at all. And or you try but you fail. You fail. You fail. Oh, you want to share?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
One of the things is, if you want to be consistent, you need to plan. Yeah. And we will share on Friday in our virtual talk on Friday. One of the techniques that is used in higher education a lot, scholarship of teaching and learning. It's a framework where we can actually that can actually help us to plan and be consistent. Yeah, and also possibly a nice output. Part of the output is that we can actually publish what we do in our classroom. Okay, so perhaps maybe tomorrow I'll email something to Dr. Fitri and then she can share it with everybody. Okay, do you remember this?
This is
Principle?
one that we have learned in the previous workshop, the constructive alignment. You remember this?
Now, when you want to use, there's a lot of approaches available in active learning. The nice thing about active learning, the informal CL, is that it only takes a short time to do. It can even 3 minutes to make your class interactive. So if that activity failed, if it's your first time, you've just wasted 3 minutes of your class time. So it's not too high stakes. Now, cooperative learning, what we're going to do this time is more high stakes because it takes longer to do and you have to plan better. That is why if you've done informal CL, if you've planned for it, then migrating to formal CL would be easier because you have experience with the shorter ones. And we discussed in the first one, I don't know if you remember this, but we're going to go through it again. The shorter activities can help you to also support your students in the formal activities that requires more skills to be developed in the students. Okay, so our recommendation is that if you have not tried informal CL, try that first before you try this one. Yeah, if you have tried informal CL, then do try this one. Yeah, because this is so much more elegant. You'll be able to develop and enhance a lot of the professional skills that's required in your students. Yeah. Okay. Now, just to go through this again, this is the principle of constructive alignment. If you want to read more about it, you can Google constructive alignment, John Biggs, yeah? Biggs. Yeah. Now, John Biggs said that. Now, this is very nice because it helps us to understand outcome-based education better, on how to do OBE better. So, whatever the outcomes is, yeah, whatever is our intended learning outcome, we must design the students' teaching and learning activities and the assessment to match the outcomes. Yeah. Now, John Biggs said that whatever teaching and learning activities that we choose, yeah, to help our students reach the outcomes, the activities must actually, what is the term that he used? Activate. Yeah, the active verb inside our learning outcome statement must be activated inside the teaching and learning activities that we design for our students in the classroom. So if you want your students to be able to apply certain knowledge at the workplace, yeah, let's say your outcome is students must be able to apply blah, 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 blah in the workplace setting, then we must actually use workplace scenarios, workplace settings to see if our students, to help our students to be able to apply the knowledge that they have learned. Okay? So, the assessment, we have to choose an assessment that actually assess our students applying that knowledge in workplace settings. Okay? Now, in OBE, we understand that all this must be aligned. But in constructive alignment, it's not just about the alignment, it's also about the constructivist part. So the constructive part comes from the constructivist learning theory, which means that we need to help our students understand where their prior knowledge is and help them learn to reach the outcomes. So the teaching and learning activities must help them to reach the outcomes. So if they lack certain skills or certain knowledge that is stopping them from reaching the outcomes, then we need to have supporting activities to help them form that sub-outcome so that they can reach the real outcome that we want them to reach. Okay, next. Now, in this workshop, we are going to focus on team working skills, which is actually a complex skill. There's a lot of small other skills that the students require to reach team working, to be able to do team working. Now, this is from a conference on constructive alignment. One of our engineering education experts say that it's normal to see this kind of outcomes. Students will be able to work effectively in groups to manage teamwork and to resolve difficulties and differences. Benar tak? Ada tak? In your class or in your program, this kind of outcome. Benar Now, John Cohen, dia kata bila dianalisa di UK, John Cohen ni daripada UK. Dia kata apa yang sebenarnya berlaku, dia kata the already able did well, the less able did poorly, and only develop incidentally. Apa maksud dia ya?
Okay, boleh bincang sekejap. Can you discuss about this?
Apa maksudnya ni?
What it meant by Cohen's meant by this statement? Can you please discuss for a while? Bincang sekejap aja. Your understanding about this. What is meant by Cohen?
What Cohen meant by when he said that the already able did well, the less able did poorly, and only develop incidentally.
Okay, we have that outcomes, but this is what commented by Cohen. Bincang sebentar kefahamannya. Your understanding.
Saya rasa tak perlu kot.
Tak perlu Okay. Siapa yang faham? Anybody understand this? Okay, you want to share with us?
But the person which previously has no idea about the things is still be a fully perform. And if there's a possibility of developing, it's just kind of an incidental event.
Yes, very good.
It's not by system.
It's not purposeful.
It's not by design.
It's not purposeful. It's not by design. It's only terjadi. Terjadi.
It so happened. It happened.
Okay. So normally,
it's not because of you that makes them to be good in team working.
It's not by design in the classroom. Yeah. So next. Artikel tu ada.
Alright. Yeah.
Artikel tu ada.
Okay.
Sekejap ya. Mana dia? Dah dapat dah. Ambil. Kena bagi
Can you
artikel.
please distribute the article? Okay, we have an article. Can you please turn to page 5?
Satu je artikel itu. Dia bukan yang semua. No more group work. Okay. Berkaitan apa yang John Cohen katakan tadi, kalau saya nak reflect sendiri my own practice, what we used to do is we group the students together in the class, betul tak? Untuk group assignment saya, we group the students together in the class. Lepas tu, somehow at the end of the semester, we expect them to have team working skills. Ya? Yeah? Benar tak? Ada dah artikel tu. Okay. So tolong baca artikel tu, artikel yang dapat tu. Yang ini dari muka surat surat 5.
Okay, look
Turn
at
to
what is these are the question you might want to have a look, right? What is cooperative learning, right? And is there a difference between cooperative learning and group-based learning? Okay, look
Okay.
at the article, right?
Turn to page 5 in your book. This is where we are now.
So you have 3 minutes to read the articles, right?
Yang ini
And then 2 minutes to turn to your friends and share your understanding.
the title of the article is No More Group Work, please.
Okay, if you have completed reading, you can discuss with your friends next to you.
Try to answer this question, eh? Try to answer the question in your workbook. It's the same question here. Ya, jawab soalan dalam workbook itu ya.
That's what I do. Try to avoid those three things.
Alhamdulillah. Very good. Okay, anybody want to share the answer to this question? Okay, the first one, what is cooperative learning? Anybody want to answer that? Or just go straight away to what's the difference between cooperative learning group-based learning? Anybody want to answer?
After reading this, have some comment for membedakan cooperative learning and group-based learning. The main difference is cooperative learning is by design, selective member of the group. We select them with specific competence. So within the group, we can find a variative competence that can fill each other. But when we talk about group-based learning, it's most likely focus on task accomplishment. So and almost rely on most competent person in the group. They in group-based learning, there's no orientation to team building. But on cooperative learning, team building is naturally the DNA of the methods. I think that's the difference, and this is very insightful for me because I teach from 2008, and in every class that I teach, I always build some group, but I don't implement the principle of this cooperative learning. So that's why I understand now why the student doesn't improve well in their competence. So I think that's my answer.
Thank you very much. Very good answer. Yes? I know your name first? Osam. Okay.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, the paper is display the most common problem in the cooperative learning. So in the cooperative learning from the Georgetown perspective, it is not really good to implement and to learn others, because those common problem first is the group never being group. Second, the students suffer from work together. Third is the student suffer from the score because inequality. So in somehow maybe people who agree and some disagree. Cooperative learning is really important, but not always. Not all the disciplinary science or subjects, I think it's work with them. Are you talking group work or group? When we have group work, also it is learning the student to be team player when they graduate. Example, the best example I think is me. When I come to work in my department, different nationality, different background, different culture, but I have to adopt with my team to do the task from the department. So it's same thing for the student. I think they have to do this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, any last comment? Very good. Any last comment on this? Siapa mau? Okay, do we have in football, do we call it a group football, or do we call it team football? Team, right? Why you team player? It's not group. What's the difference between group and team? Yeah. And they complement each other, right? How many goalposts they have? How many? Only one goalpost. They have only one goal. They have different tasks, but everybody have the same common aims, right? And they are helping each other, right?
So having a common goal is very important in a team. Having a common goal. Even if with different roles, they have common goal.
And the comment about the marks. So we have only one mark, right? And that will jeopardize those who work hard because of the bad team players, right? So we have to do something about this, right? We will share with you how we're going to do this, okay? All right. So again, as mentioned by all of you, I think it's important to have a cooperative learning than group-based learning. Okay, group-based learning doesn't have, doesn't have one goal, doesn't have complementary helping each other, skills to help each other. So this is the thing. Okay, in cooperative learning, we need to have this, as this is mentioned by Carl Smith. See, cooperative learning is an instruction that involves people working in a team to accomplish a common goal under condition that involve positive interdependence, individual accountability, and also group accountability to complete a task. So these are the statement by Carl Smith, and he mentioned about the five concepts here. Okay. Okay, again, what is a team? A team is a small number of people. This is again defined by Carl Smith. Okay. And his friend, right? A team is a small number of people with complementary skill who are committed to a common purpose, performance goal, and approach, which they hold themselves mutually accountable. Okay, he mentioned here a small number of people. So this is a team. Okay. Too many people in a group is quite difficult as well, right? That have complementary skill, right? And then they have this common purpose and also the goals, performance goal, what they want to have, and common approach, and also mutually accountability. These are the few words which is very important to define what team means. Okay? Okay, can you please go to page 1.7? Right,
Page 7. Page 7.
Sorry, page 7, activity 1.7. Okay, this is actually from one of our student, right?
This is a end of semester reflection by a student who attended 2 classes that where the students are grouped together to work in a team. The student compared the 2 courses, what happened in the 2 courses. So can you please read it and try to conclude what does it mean? What does it imply?
Go to page 7. This is actually from the same student. All right. Anybody want to comment on this? Okay, you want to discuss with your friends next to you, or you want to comment straight away? Would you like to comment on this? No? Not yet? Not finished. Okay, I think done, right? Done with your reading, right? Okay. This is actually from the same student, right? Reflected by the same student. Which one is a group work? Which one is a teamwork? Okay. And actually, he is also part of the team member, right? The first one is the teamwork. The second one is
this the student's fault?
this his fault?
The second class became group work. This is the same student in the same semester, but one became teamwork, one became group work. Is this the student's fault? Whose fault is it? Why does this happen?
The lecturer, right?
Yeah, the lecturer.
It is from the same student.
Normally, who do we tend to blame?
Who we intend to blame normally? The students or us? But if you read from here, you know that this is the fault of the lecturer. Right? Not the student. Okay?
Because, you need to guide the students. We do not automatically have team working skills. So we need to guide the students what to do. Yeah? They don't even know that they have to have a team goal. So if nobody's guiding them, then everybody will have their own way of thinking, their own goal. So nothing will happen. It will be group work instead of teamwork. Yeah? So this is why it is very important for us when we want to develop team working skills. Yeah? The lecturers, the instructors have to know how to do this. The problem is, do we know what good team working looks like? Yeah? So personally, when I started learning about this, I felt so guilty because I've grouped my students before and I didn't know how to guide them. I was assuming that, okay, they'll work it out on their own, and then I blame the students when things do not work out. So when I started learning about this, I said, okay lah, bertaubat lah. Yeah? But now that you know, inshallah, we hope that you'll be able to try this and do it properly. Yeah? Okay? So next one. So in previous one. So if when we design team working on how to help students in a team, we need to understand that we are also using the same principles, constructive alignment. If we want them to be able to work in a team, then the activity must match. The activity is not just about grouping the students together. when I mentioned just now that under constructive alignment, which is using the constructivist learning theory, you must have activities that actually help the students to construct the skills and knowledge to develop the outcomes that we want. So in this workshop, we're going to focus on what are the skills and the knowledge that they need so that we can design the learning environment for them to go through and actually implement the teaching and learning activities. So that by the end of the semester, actually it's not by the end, throughout the semester they will be able to enhance their team working skill. It's not that difficult at all. Yeah, inshallah in these 2 days, we will work towards that. By the end of tomorrow, we would like you to bring your own course material or whatever it is that you're doing that has team working. Bring it so that you can design your activities and insert the principles of cooperative learning so that you can use it in your class. Yeah, bring something you're going to use. Otherwise, it's a waste of 2 days. Right? The time of instructors, lecturers are very precious, right? You have like 10 other things you want to do, right? I know it very well. So you have 10 other things you're supposed to do. So if we don't make these 2 days productive, then it will be a waste of your time. So take something from your class outline, and design it such that you can start to plan for your class with team working outcome. Yeah? Okay? Now next. So in constructive alignment with the desired learning outcomes, our teaching and learning activities, once we have planned it, during the implementation, the teaching and learning activities and assessment will support the attainment of the outcomes. Yeah? So we are going to plan such that what are the teaching and learning activities and assessments so that you can support team working skills. Next. Now, remember I said you need to develop the sub-skills before the students can get to the skills? Now, if you're standing on the ground, yeah, in the picture, you see that red door? If you're standing on the ground, can you reach that red door? What's missing? The steps. Yeah? Most normal human being will not be able to reach that red door. Yeah? Unless you're Spider-Man ke, you're Batman ke, Superman ke, whatever. So, what do we need to do now? Next. So, in learning, just like physically when we have steps to go up, in learning we also have something called scaffolding. What is actually scaffolding? What is scaffolding?
Any civil engineering here? Or building? Yeah.
But I think everybody can see scaffolding, right? When you have a building being constructed, before the concrete dry and it becomes strong, you have to have the scaffolding to support when the structure is still not strong enough. So this is the same. In learning, when the students do not have that skill, they're still developing it, we provide the scaffolding. It doesn't mean that we're going to provide the scaffolding forever. You don't see scaffolding at finished buildings, right? So once the building is strong enough, we remove the scaffolding. And this is the same. So initially, when your students are learning and developing this, in providing the scaffolding, it may seem that it's slower because we need to wait until the concrete dry, right? You cannot remove it too fast. So we provide the scaffolding activities. The students still do it, but we guide them such that once they have developed it, we remove the scaffolding. Okay? So this in education, what we call as the scaffolding, everybody has this zone of proximal development. If we provide the scaffolding, our students will be able to reach the assisted level faster compared to if we just leave them alone. Yeah? So it has to be over the zone of proximal development, which means that now, when you want to go and reach that red door just now, can we have just one step and reach that red door? It's too high, right? So it has to be within our reach. And this is the same with the students. If you give them, let's say, some complex real-world problem without guiding them, what do you think will happen to them? That is way beyond, and then you provide just one scaffolding in between. Okay, you can go and ask for the information from industry. That's it. And then solve it on your own. So that is just like providing one step in between to getting that to that red door. It's too big. They will not be able to do it. Yeah. So we have to know where our students are and make that. Maybe you require several scaffoldings. Yeah. But then once they've got it, we remove it. Once they've got it, we remove it. So the 20 activities that you learned from the first part of the workshop last year, you can use those 20 activities, whichever one that is suitable, as scaffolding. If they have a problem in reading and understanding difficult technical material, I don't know about your students. My students used to say, we read it once, we don't understand, then we give up. I told them, nobody. I have never been able to read anything I want to learn once and then understand it. So there's inside the 20 activities, there's a scaffolding on how to read in a team, have them discuss, and go over things several times. Active reading. Yeah? So you can go and refer to the first workbook from last year. Okay, there's also steps on how to break up the problem into smaller parts, such that we walk them through and then we give them another one. Yeah, so there's many ways to do the scaffolding, and this is the same. When we do OBE, we have this course outcome, the program outcome. Those outcomes are normally complex outcomes. We need to be able to divide it into pieces so that we can scaffold the students and the students can climb those things. With the assessment, we can see whether they're doing it well. They are reaching it, and then to finally reach the outcome. Okay, so this is a general concept in constructive alignment. Generally, do not expect that what you want the students to get, the outcome, to be just one step. It may be several steps to get to it. Okay, so this is the same with team working.
Okay, we talk about just now about the principles of cooperative learning. These are actually the 5 principles of cooperative learning. Okay, again, this is principles come from Professor Cosmis as well. Okay, and his friends. Okay, the first one here is positive interdependence. Right. Everybody have to depend on your work and also the work of others, right? In a positive manner. Okay? The other one is individual accountability, and also group, not individual and group accountability. Right?
Sorry, Dr. Syed. You can look at this definition on page 8,
Okay.
1.4.
So this, you have to be accountable towards your work and also the work of others. Right? That's called individual accountability. Right? And the third one here is face-to-face interaction, meaning you have to sit together and face-to-face discuss, have a discussion. Online is okay, but you not be all the time. You need to come sit down together and do discussion. Face-to-face is very important, the interaction. Yes.
But
Right?
face-to-face can also be virtual. Yeah.
Okay, these 3, the positive interdependent, individual accountability, and face-to-face interaction is actually the pillar of cooperative learning. The 3 pillars, right? The 4th one here is the appropriate interpersonal skill. So once you are in a team, then they will learn, they need to have like conflicts management skill, communication skill, okay, project management skills. These are interpersonal skills that is required as well, right? Appropriate interpersonal skills. But this is not enough. They also need to regularly assess their work and also the work of their groups. So these are the 5 pillars of cooperative learning. If you say that you are applying cooperative learning in your class, Look at this. Look at this. Okay, do you have these 5 pillars or not? If you don't, that means that you are not applying cooperative learning in your class. Okay? Any question on this? So these 5 pillars is very important, right? Okay, we will go through that again later. Okay, as mentioned by, I forgot your name by the way. Nama apa ya? Nama apa? Tafta. Okay, Tafta mentioned about this, right? The first, we have gone through this. The cooperative learning structure, we have what we call informal. Informal is actually ad hoc group, and could be only one or one day, or probably one task, right? Ad hoc group perform structured activity, active learning activities, and we have offered the formal, which is the long term, could be from one class to one semester. Okay, this is what we meant by formal cooperative learning, right? And the third one here is cooperative-based group. This is actually can be planned for the whole semester, for the whole program. Okay, meaning that the peers will support the next group, or it can be from different courses, right? You have the same group, but they are located in different courses. Okay, course A, they have the same group also in course B, the same group also in course C. So this is actually considered as cooperative-based group.
Okay, I want to give an example on this. So if you want to do informal or formal CL, this is the simplest to plan for. Yeah, and you can actually make the class very interactive, still very powerful. Yeah, so we did that. We did this in part 1 of the workshop last year. We're doing this for one whole. Our recommendation is to keep your team actually for one whole semester. You will see why later. So even if your project is at the end, the team has to be formed from the beginning of the semester. Now, cooperative-based group is when we want a lot of projects or problem-based learning in our classes. Yeah. So how many subjects do your students normally have? 5? 5 or 6? 4, 5, 6, whatever. Imagine if 3 or 4 courses all have projects. Because projects are highly encouraged, right? So every lecturer has to do it, right? So all class have projects. What happened to the students?
For one semester, the students have 4 teams. Four different teams.
Different teams. 4 different projects. That means they have 4 different teams trying to deal with 4 different sets of people in different classes. Nightmare, right? Okay. Now, this is where cooperative-based group comes in. You have, let's say, perhaps 2 or 3 courses having projects. The best would be if the lecturers teaching the different subjects sit down together. How can we plan one project that goes to all these 3 courses and maintain the group? If you do this, what do you think will happen to the students? Will they take it easy? Because now the marks for different parts of the marks for that project will go to 3 courses. What do you think will happen to the students? Will they be motivated, or will they just take it easy? Let's say is it just for one course? So this will be a source of very good motivation for the students to work really hard. And there's 3 of you to help them and guide them to be good teams, to be good in the team. Because if they don't put an effort to be good in the team, they're going to die in the 3 courses. Yeah?
This is called the problem-centric program.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
the other one is called course-centric. Was problem-centric.
But if you want to do this, the program director or head of department or whatever you call them, during the curriculum design, you have to make sure that you have courses that can join, because real world problems will normally have different parts anyway in the courses that students learn. So put courses that will make it easy to have to share projects. Now I give you an example. When I was at UTM teaching the first year first semester is very easy because you can actually put them where you want them to put, because we have multiple sections, we have a lot of students. So we lock down the sections. If the students are in section 1 of the Introduction to Engineering course, they have to be in section 1 of the Introduction to Computer Programming course. In section 2, they will follow section 2, section 3. So the students in the Introduction to Engineering course maintain the same group. Between the two courses, they maintain the same group. So in the Introduction to Engineering class, we start the project, giving them the problem from the beginning of the semester. The programming course starts just right before the middle of the semester. So we discussed with the programming lecturers. One of the reasons we chose the programming course was because students who really hated the programming course. They didn't know what it was for. The assignments was because they wanted to make it not that difficult. It was always hypothetical, so the students not doing well in the programming course. So in our Introduction to Engineering course, we use problem-based learning, so we use real-world problems connected to sustainable development. Okay, so we will ask them to make database. We will ask them to calculate for low-carbon society, the carbon footprint. The algorithm they have to do the programming. So we collaborated with the programming course, such that whatever program they have to make has to be in the programming course. But the Introduction to Engineering lecturers do not check the programming. The programming only comes from the Introduction to Programming course. Okay. So if you have the design course, let's say this is a hypothetical scenario. You can also combine things like if you have a design course and the engineering economics course, because with design you have to do the costing, right? So instead of doing the costing in the design course, you can do it in another course that teach them about engineering economics.
Or even language course.
Okay, so this has to be, the third one has to be thought of at the curriculum level with the agreement of all lecturers. But it really makes your job, it will make your job so much easier. Yeah, but it has to be designed and planned purposefully ahead of time.
Okay, remember the 20 informal cooperative learning activities? Still remember this?
Okay, from part 1.
For those who haven't, attended the workshop, these are the different activities that we can apply in our informal cooperative learning, right? The one with the, remember the one with the star, 1 star? What does it mean? This is the advanced organizing. Advanced organizing. Okay, the first, how to start your lecture. Okay,
so this goes at the beginning of class.
The one with double star, what does it mean? These are the closure, including 17. 17, 18, 19, 20 are the closures. Meaning at the end of the class, you have to give this activity. In between, you have so many different activities in between classes.
So when you use formal CL, it doesn't mean that you don't have to use this anymore. You can use this as scaffolding.
You have to use this. Okay, in your formal CL. Right? Again, but this is not, it's a very short period of time. Right? But formal CL is a long period of time. More structured. Remember this picture? Have you seen this picture before? Okay, what do you understand from this picture? Who is in the middle? The lecturer. What happened to the lecturer? What happened to the lecturer? What happened to him?
Is the lecturer the only one talking? Are the students the only ones learning?
So the students can learn from them among themselves, and even the lecturer will learn from the students as well, right? The class is not only us as the authority, right? So this is what I meant by this picture. By the way, this picture is drawn by Leila Smith, is the wife of Carl Smith, the one that come up with these 5 principles of cooperative. We are very lucky we have a chance to learn from him a couple of times. Okay, again, remember this active learning continuum. Yep. Okay, this is what it meant by active learning. To make the class active, okay, make the lecture active is the least but still active, right? Active learning is a must for OBE, right? It's a must for OBE. It's the spirit of OBE, okay? So if you don't have the training, at least you know how to do this. This is the requirement. The informal CL is here, right? But now we are into this, right? The cooperative learning. Over here is informal group activity. There is no principal structure, right? But over here there is a principles. This is what we call cooperative learning. Okay, the more student-centered, the better, right? So this is about almost to the end. But if you can go further, which is applying problem-based learning, this is the best, right? But before we can go to PBL, you need to learn this words. You need to have know the principles of cooperative learning and how to implement it. Okay, so now we are actually sharing with you the cooperative learning's principles and activities and what you have to do in our class. Okay, sometimes people straight away go to PBL and then they fail because they don't have this knowledge, experience, and they tend to what? They blame PBL. They say PBL is not working, but because they haven't learned this. So this is very important for here. The informal CL is very important for cooperative learning. Cooperative learning is very important for problem-based learning. Okay?
But of course, in a curriculum, depending on what you're teaching, depending on the culture, depending on your constraints, you would, as the lecturer, as the owner of the subject, when you think about how to best teach, it really depends which technique you want to use. It doesn't necessarily mean that everybody has to use problem-based learning. Everybody has to use project-based learning. So we have to look at it as a whole curriculum, from a whole curriculum's perspective. So it's not just about putting where the courses are, but it's also about thinking about the whole program outcome. Yeah? What do we really want to develop the students to be when they graduate? Okay. So we go for a break. Yeah. So this is the end of the first session.
Okay, we will take a break for how long? 15 minutes? 15 minutes or 10 minutes? 15 minutes. 15 minutes. So we have to be here at 10:25. Is that okay?
Oke, Bapak Ibu, kita akan mulai lagi materinya untuk Prof Syed dan Prof Khairiyah, mangga dipersilahkan.
Okay, sudah ya? Baik, kita mulakan bahagian kedua tentang team formation and dynamics. So, bagaimana hendak form teams dan apa berlaku selepas kita form the teams. Ya? Okey, tadi seperti yang diterangkan tentang apa yang John Cohen katakan, kalau kita tidak, if we do not plan and design well, what happen is that the students who are able will be able to work in a team. The students who are not able will not be able to do it, and whatever we develop is incidental. Yeah, it's not planned for. So to avoid this, ya, ini satu yang benar berlaku ya di UK ya. Okey, boleh dengar? Macam perlahan ya? Okey, tak apa. Page 21, can you please read this is a paragraph of reflection from a student eh? Rasanya perempuan atau lelaki ni? Lelaki atau perempuan? Ini sebenarnya budak perempuan ni. Sama je ya, lebih kurang. Lelaki perempuan sebenarnya sama je. Bila kita put in a team, behavior dia ada persamaan. So, kita cuba baca sekejap. Okey, apa maksudnya di sini? Daripada from this reflection. Siapa yang lagi penting kepada pelajar kita? Rakan-rakannya yang bersama dia ataupun dosennya? Peer pressure is always stronger than lecturer pressure. Yeah. So if we are able to help our students to form the learning team well, the team will actually bring along everybody together to learn and do really well. This is why this is very important. So no matter how much we say, what their friends say is always more important to them. Okay. So these are the 5 principles of cooperative learning, like what Dr. Syed said. The 3 top ones, yeah, positive interdependence, individual accountability, face-to-face promotive interaction. These are the pillars of cooperative learning that has to be there in all parts of the activities. Yeah. Now, if you want to form students, to form teams, these are the team formation suggested grouping criteria. So normally we suggest, we will show you why after this. Normally there's 3 to 5 students in a team, not more. Yeah. So do not form too many. We will see why after this. You can choose any criteria. Let's say the levels of academic achievement, learning styles, ethnic. You want to a mix of racial or gender background, racial backgrounds, mix of gender. It's up to you. You know your students better. When back in 2002 to 2005, or even before the year 2000, not all students would have computers. Yeah. So I will ask the students in the first day of class in a form who would have computers. And I make sure that in each group there is at least one person with a computer. But now you don't have to ask that. And our students stay in different parts of campus. Some of them stay off campus. So that can also be your consideration. Yeah. So it's not only this, but it depends on what you want to do with your students. Like I tend to make students coming from different states in Malaysia because I want them to get to know each other. Yeah. So, but then if it's not important for you, then it's okay. If you have people, do you teach people who are already working? You also have to consider those things. Yeah. For adults, when are they working? Where are they working? Because they will have to have those face-to-face interaction. So how can it be possible if we don't take this into account? Yeah. Okay. Now, there's a research that shows that when we group people together, this is the group IQ. So 1 person, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you can see that the group IQ is very high in between 3 and 4. Okay, so we cannot have 3.5 people in a group, right? So it has to be either 3 or 4. Yeah. So the optimum would be either 3 or 4. And I also once there's also been work showing that if you ask people to just throw idea in a big group, usually the idea is not as good as if you ask them to work in a small group first before bringing the idea to the bigger group. Okay? So, normally, what I would tend to do is the student groups tend to be 3 or 4. But how many students do you have in your class? Okay, 40, then 3 or 4 is manageable. So maximum, so most probably you'll have about 10 groups. 10 groups is still manageable. If you have like 60 or 100, then maybe you may have to put like 5 students in a group. But 5, starting from 5, my observation is that it's easier to have free riders. Because in the more people you have in a group, the easier it is to hide. Yeah? The easier it is to hide. And sometimes, although some students may want to contribute because there's too many people, when they volunteer, people do not hear them. Yeah? So 3 or 4 is the best. You may extend it to 5. If it's 5, be careful. Yeah? You have to have extra monitoring, but not more than that. So if the project is very big, then you can divide into subgroups. Yeah. But then the core group doing the work together is 3 or 4 is better. Now, what can be the criteria? Usually, if you want to go to this extent, like have index of learning style or whatever, that will really, really complicate matters. Yeah. Now, can you discuss with each other, brainstorm in your team where you are sitting? Make sure you appoint one person to be the scribe, the one who does the writing. Otherwise, you'll be discussing, nobody's writing, and you don't know, and you will forget whatever it is that you have discussed. So brainstorm criteria that you can use for dividing your students into teams. Okay? So these are examples, but what you want to use will be highly dependent on who your students are. So if you're teaching adults who are working, then the criteria will be totally different. Yeah? Okay, go ahead. You have 1 minute to brainstorm. Dah tunjuk dah. By the way, use page 13. Page 13. 1-3. Yeah, 13. 1-3. Buka surat 13 ya.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Volume yang mesti kuatkan sikit. Bisa kuatkan volume ni. Boleh. Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, lagi 1 minit ya. 1 minute. Okay, can we have one idea from each group? Just one idea. Once mentioned, you shouldn't mention anymore. Okay, just one idea. Who going to start first? Kat tangan. One idea, just one idea. Criteria. Apa? Okay.
But how can you know whether the students
I
are
think-
active or passive?
Introvert. Okay. Introvert, extrovert.
How to know whether they're introvert
Yeah.
or extrovert?
Because this is a form, the student have to fill up the form. Okay, what are the criteria so that you can come up with a form that you can ask the student to answer. From that form, you can form a group based on the criteria. Okay. Gender. Okay, gender. Okay, anything else? Communication skill.
How?
How? The question is how. So you can come up with a rubric, rubric of communication skill.
Bapak-bapak, ibu-ibu. Bapak-bapak, ibu-ibu tadi dah bercakap kan. Jadi sekarang ni kena mendengar pula. Okay? So tadi
Communication.
kata introvert, extrovert, communication. Yang ini, information ni, kita mahu letak di dalam form that you give to your students, because you will use this information in the form to divide your students into teams. Ya? Jadi kita kena ada kriteria. Mengapa kita pilih kriteria itu so that we can divide the students. Now, if you put in something that cannot be seen or then the students do not even know whether introvert or extrovert, or they have this misconception that they're actually introvert but they're actually extrovert, or extrovert actually introvert, then we will have a problem. So, by gender, I'm sure they know they're female or male, right? Okay, so for example, I will ask them, katakan academic ability, just ask them for their CGPA. Yeah? Okay, do you get the idea tak? So you need to get, macam saya beritahu tadi, awal-awal 90-an, tahun 90-an masa saya mengajar dulu, saya tanya, adakah pelajar mempunyai komputer? Ya, sebab saya nak make sure dalam setiap group ada orang yang ada komputer, ada team member yang ada komputer. Jadi saya akan tanya information tu. Sekarang tak perlu tanya lah, semua dah ada kan? Okay.
Okay, boleh? Boleh lagi? Satu, ya. Boleh. Okay, bagus. Tempat tinggal atau tempat tinggal di hostel? Asramanya atau apa? Okay. Lagi? Sini. Friendship? What do you mean by friendship? This is the form that you give to your students to fill up, so that from this, whatever they written, you are going to form group based on this criteria. So, who are their friends? Who are their friends? Who are their friends? Okay. What happened to a group when they select their own friends to be their teammates? What happened to them? That's good. So is that a good criteria? Usually they will find the same as them. If they are lazy, they will find the lazy people. If they are very hardworking, they will find only the hardworking to work with. So that is not a good criteria. Right? Okay, but it's up to you. Yeah, it's up to you. If that's what you want, but usually it's not good. Okay? Anything else? Okay, ethnicity, very good. Yeah, your ethnicity, apa lagi? Discipline. How do you characterize disciplines? How do you characterize it? How to make it? How to answer that? No. This is from the form, not from observation. You have to come up with a form. Yeah.
One way you can put that, Dr. Syed, one way they can put that down is what grade do you want to get for this course?
Yeah. What is your expectation from this course? Okay, that can be one of the questions. Apa lagi? What else? Kompetensi. Dari segi apa?
Kompetensinya cukup tinggi, yang sama kita akan
Okay,
ada
jadi
pengukuran
ada
kompetensi, ada toolsnya, level kompetensi.
Jadi ada kursus-kursus tertentu.
Yes.
Jadi minta kursus itu markahnya berapa?
Iya.
Bagi nama kursus, what's the grade?
Bisa dengan kursus, bisa juga dengan mengisi form berkaitan dengan kompetensi. Nanti leveling 360 derajat.
Itu ada survei lain itu, kompetensi ada survei lain kan? You can use it, but you have to use different survey kan?
Beberapa digabung sih. Kami
Ini ke?
ada yang menggunakan
Yang
itu,
ini kan?
ada yang menggunakan yang lain.
Grade for certain prerequisite courses.
What's the meaning?
Boleh?
This is yang ibu ni is kompetensi. Kompetensi dari segi
Kalau kompetensi tu is being measured in some courses, boleh lah. Tapi jika tidak, tak boleh.
Okay.
Sukar.
boleh tapi harus buat yang lain.
Tools lagi, ya.
Ya, kalau kompetensi anu lain kena buat tool lah.
Biasanya scoring yang paling gampang, scoring nilai,
Yeah.
grade in course,
Betul. Great.
subject course.
Okay, anything else? Okay. Experience, behavior. How are they going to answer? What kind of question?
I think in their form we can ask.
Okay, but you have to be more specific, right? Experience on. Okay. Experience on certain thing. Experience on what actually?
In our in persona, when we build the persona in user experience, we can ask about what is your experience in technology, or maybe experience when they doing some tasks, maybe. Yes. Yes.
So it's very specific, right? Okay. Anything else? Hobby, yeah, why not? Hobbies, what's your hobby? So what is the purpose of? So all those who have the same hobby, you're going to put them together. Same goal, that mean doesn't have the same hobby. Okay, but if you have it, but that is very seldom. Okay, anything else? Yeah?
Political alliance.
Political. Kalau kelas political apa? Kelas political studies whatever, mungkin juga bisa. Ya. Bagus. Khairiyah. Political view. If in political class, right? Okay, I think that's enough. Ideology, view of certain ideology.
Okay, kalau nak views ke ideologies ke, gini the more you put down, the more complicated it will be. Oh, sorry.
Sure.
in a team we need a leader. How do we find out a student is suitable for a leader? Because we must put a leader for each group. What kind of question?
Okay, nanti kita tengok.
Very good question. Leadership, those who are in the university, they should be leaders. They are our future leaders. So because of that, we have to groom them to be leaders.
All of them.
All of them have to be leaders.
All of them.
There are leaders here, but we want all of them to be leaders.
So we give them
That is
roles,
our
but
intention.
they need to be rotated. Yeah. So that everybody can have a chance to be a leader of the group. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, these are from the previous workshop. We have race, gender, CGPA. Some people, okay, this is very difficult actually.
Race is ethnicity. Adalah sebab di Malaysia kita ada Malay, Chinese, Indian.
In Indonesia as well, we have
Ada orang asli.
Batak,
Ada
we
orang
have
asli.
Sunda, Melayu, Jawa, Arab, banyak ya. Tapi ini agak suka. This is quite difficult. I try to do this, but it is very difficult. Okay, the purpose is to put all them, with different learning style, but you have to give index of learning style first, and then you dispute, and it's very difficult.
By the way, the more dimension something has, the more difficult it will be.
You put yourself in a difficult situation.
My advice, this is personally my view. When he wanted to do this, I said, you want to kill yourself. Because it was his first time. Like when I had always shuffled the forms to form the students' team. So the more criteria you put in, and if the criteria has multi-dimension, the more difficult it will be. One thing you have to remember, we are all human beings. We can only do something up to a certain limit. Do not do something until you get so frustrated and bored. Because then you will not want to do it again.
And unless you have very solid reason. Okay, that cause you need to have that. Then it's okay.
Okay? So keep it as simple as possible, but it should meet your goal. Like in my case, I would tend to, actually this came from the business school. They have adult classes, adult learning. So that's where they have multi-nationalities. They have students with multi-specialization because they were teaching MBA. Okay? So grouping the students together, the students come from different varied background. That's why that's there. But I would tend to stick with undergraduates, gender, ethnicity or race. I've used mode of transport before, especially when I have a problem or project where the students have to visit industry. So I tend to choose, one of the criteria is that each group must have somebody with a car. Yeah. So depends, but it's not all the time. Yeah. So where the students stay, like place of residence, on campus or off campus, because they also have to meet each other. Yeah. So. Okay.
All right. The more diversify the situation, the better or the worse. If you have many different races in one group, is it good or bad? It is good. Why it is good? Diversity. Okay. You have a lot of diversity. People have different ways of learning, different ways of how to learn. Okay.
Different perspective, different ways of thinking.
Yeah. Tolerance. But then diversity, if you do not plan well, then it will be, it will be a problem. It will tear apart the group. Okay? It become a problem. Yeah. Trust and so on, right?
By
So
the
how?
way, diversity is very important because when our students work, sometimes our students will say, why don't you let us choose our own group? No. There's a lot of research that shows that in a classroom, when comparing groups where the students choose themselves, the members of the group, or the groups where the teacher or the instructor divide the groups, performance tend to be better when the teacher or the instructor divide the groups. Yeah? Because when the students choose themselves, they tend to choose their friends. And what does that mean in terms of diversity? Usually it's not that diverse because we tend to be friends with those who are similar to us, right? So it's not diverse at all. And we tell the students, when you go out to work, can you tell your boss, I only want to work with this person, this person, this person. I don't want that person. Can we do that? No. And what we want to do is that we want to train them, we want to help them develop the skills such that they can work with people who they do not know well. Yeah? So if they are already friends with the people in their team, in their group, then it's not that much of a skills development, right? They already know the teammates. So now we put them with somebody who they are not familiar with. Now they really have to learn how to communicate, how to do work together with people who are different from them. So this is the real world situation out there. Yeah? Okay.
This is how to make diversity as a strength. We say that diversity can become a problem. So to make it as a strength, this is how you can do it, right? Ensure the high level of interdependence among the team members. So we have to make sure that they have very high interdependency among each other. Okay, positive interdependence. Right? And then you might want to create a group identity. Okay, because now you have so many names in the group, right? So you have to come up with a one group identity. So by giving a name for the group, right? Insight into differences through personal relationship. This is very important. We start with ice breaking, and then start to bring, go out, go somewhere, makan, whatever. So this is how you get to, have a good, strong internship between each other. And to be very honest in, some religion have some constraint or research as well. Okay, so this can tear the diversity, the harmony, sometimes, if you do not tell well. Why suddenly every Friday this guy always missing at this time? They do not know because they are not Muslim. Or every Sunday this guy is missing. We don't know because he have to go for, Sunday prayer and all this. So this is very important, to be honest. Okay? Again, this is very much clarity in miscommunication among group. Genders as well, right? Sometimes when we have one girl in a group, also make a big problem. Why? If one girl in a group, only one girl. Huh? What happened to the girl? She become what? The secretary. Long life. Biasanya kena bully ya. Bully tak bully dalam bahasa biasanya kena bully. Ataupun dia mungkin sukar nak komunikasi dengan ramai. Sometimes, not all the time.
And there's also a lot of research that shows girls tend to be ignored. Whatever they say, the boys will just not listen to them.
Yeah, even in the office. Yeah. Di rumah bagaimana? Di rumah.
Okay.
Okay, these are the roles recommended. Okay, let's say you have five group members in a group, right? So you should have this called role play, right? The first one is called moderator or chairperson. Okay, we don't have the leader. Okay, and he has to be rotated, not only for the whole semester. We have to rotate every week or every other week or every project. What I did is, Khairiyah saying the same, every week or every other week we will change the role. They have to do it. So moderator, chairperson, recorder, right? And also scribers, they have to scribe. Skeptic is very important, right? So skeptic, they have to verify whatever things that, that they need to ensure that it is correct. Yeah? Skeptic, or can call it accuracy checker. Okay? And also reporter. So these are the 5 roles, but some roles you can make it, if you have 4 person in a group, then you can, recorder and reporter, you can combine these two, right? But skeptic is always have to be there, okay? They have to think the other way around, okay? Skeptic. Again, this role have to be rotated, not only once, but several times. Okay, why taking roles? As mentioned just now, right? The responsibility, the student feel individually accountable. So this will actually remove the free riders by taking roles. So no more free riders, because sometimes he have to be the recorder or the moderator. Okay. Every you can rotate every assignment or every week or every other week. Easy for us as a facilitator to observe and also to monitor by having the roles. We know how to ask, who to ask, who's responsible at that time. Okay. Ensure the productive activities in the group. And usually we ask them to state their roles, okay, in every assignment, usually, but not always. Okay. Any question on that?
Okay, boleh tengok ni page
Prof.
15
Question.
Sorry, I take some minutes. I have 2 questions related to the previous 2 slides. The first one is about the team formation. From our previous workshop, if not mistaken, you show up a video of 2 person who have different learning style. Robert and Susan, yeah. And we agree that the amount of robots is growing. Numbers of robots growing, which means that getting diverse, but probably in negative ways. And one of the requirements or the criteria for team formation is find interdependence that is positive for all the team members. But then the fact that numbers of robots is increasing. So the possibility to have negative interdependence is also growing. So how are we going to manage all these things?
Okay, actually this is the principle of cooperative learning. Positive interdependence is the principle of learning. We are the one who have to ensure that thing is happening. Okay, so that this Robert can become Susan by design. So this principle is us. We are the one who have to make sure that this principle is actually practiced in, team dynamic on team formation.
Yeah. Actually, you are advanced. We are getting there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
on how to design it, how to design the activity such that whether the students like it or not, they become
positive interdependence.
Positive. They have positive. The team has positive interdependence.
Okay. Then,
Or else, Robert will be like Robert forever.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. We'll put later. And then my second question about this roles.
What?
The roles.
Rules.
Just now you mentioned that we need to take up the roles and rotate the roles among the team member. And then does it mean that the performance of the members will be part of the assessment score later on?
Yeah.
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 So
Again, advanced.
okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to look at that.
All right.
Yeah.
So this is on page 15, yeah? The roles on diversity. So you can look in the book, it's on page 15. Okay, now we are going into team formation and team dynamics. So this is also from research on team working. There's very strong evidence that when we group people together to become a team, they go through this at least this 4 stages. There's forming, storming, norming, performing, and mourning. Mourning is when we split them up. So forming, so the length of time that each stage, where the team go through each stage vary among depending on the members of the team. Usually, if there's only a short time, it may not be possible to reach performing. But at least we want to work to guide our students such that they will get to norming very fast. But I've seen students that go through storming so long that it was more than half a semester. If they're storming until half a semester, we need to do something. But if we guide them well, normally within 1 or 2 weeks, they will be over that storming part. Yeah? The storming will happen when they have to work together to produce something. They really have to work together and they will have different opinions. Yeah? When you start initially to form them together, everything is fine. But once you assign them to do something, then you will see the conflict happening. Okay. So, sebelah tu. Sebelum tu. Now, the first phase, forming. So you form, once you have formed the group, you have the criteria, you've set the criteria, you've given the form to get the information to form groups. Yeah. Then once you have sorted the groups, you have divided the students into group, how do we get them through the forming stage as soon as possible? So, number 1, next. Okay. How do we help them get through this stage as soon as possible? Now, to get over this stage, they need to have clear goals and objectives. They need to define their tasks and their role, agree on a work plan, agree on the expectations, what are the information required, and who are they? As a team, who are they? Have a group identity. So what we can do is, we can ask them to form all this. But if we tell you how to do it, by just listening, it will not be fun, right? And you will forget it after this. So we are going to break you into groups. Boleh? Yeah? Okay. So there's 6 tables. Berapa orang ada ya sekarang ni?
Okay, before that, how many of you will be here until the end of this workshop?
Kita buat gini. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 je. Sebab ada 6 meja.
Ada yang tak. Ada yang tak. How many of you will not be here tomorrow? All of you will be here, right? Ada yang akan absent? Okay, tak. Maybe you won't be here. You have class.
Tapi nanti masuk balik kan? Ke hilang terus?
Because this one we have the 5 principles, accountability. Okay, so
sekejap ya, sebab cooperative learning ni, we're going to do it on you.
Bila seorang tak ada, the whole group will suffer.
Dia principle dia, kalau dia punya tagline dia, we sink or we swim together. So
Yeah.
kalau ada
All of you
member
have to
yang
be. Yeah. Kalau seorang yang tak not around ataupun tak committed, then the whole group will suffer.
yeah, then you will be sinking.
Lepas tu kita tanya, siapa yang, how many of you will not be committed to this workshop? Meaning you have some other things that you cannot avoid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, totally okay.
Awal-awal jadi kita bisa buat atur yang baik.
At least you are here today. Tapi kalau besok tidak ada, then because we will maintain the group.
Okay, if you have problem, then you have to talk to us. Okay.
Okay. So
Alright,
kita
we're
kira
going to-
6 6. Okay, sini 1,
1,
2. Ingat ya number, jangan lupa. Ingat number ya.
1,
2.
quote sikit.
Okay.
1. You will be here. Ada nanti. Okay, we put it back. So 1, 2, 5, 5, 6. Apa nombor? Nombornya apa? 6. Ni? 5, 6. Okay, number 1 angkat tangan. Raise up your hand, number 1. Number 2. Number 3. Number 4. 5. 6. Alright, 6 to number 1. Good. Okay, again, 1. 1. 6. 6, 2, 3. Okay. Can you move now, if you don't mind? Yeah. Those who haven't have any number, you just wait for a while. Okay. We will put you after this. We will put you somewhere. Okay. Number 1, can you please come and sit here? Number 1. All number 1. So you have to move.
Number 1.
Number 1 have to be. You have to sit here. Number 1. Number 2 over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Pindah Bapak Ibu ke nomor yang sudah sesuai tadi.
Ini nombor 2. Ini nombor 3. Zigzag ya. 4.
Pak Taufik kelompok berapa Pak Taufik?
Yang enggak ada nombor nanti duduk di tempat satu. Ni nanti kita akan letak juga. Don't worry. Sini 2, sini 2. Number 2 here. Number 3 over here. Number 3, number 4, number 4, 5, 6. Okay, masing-masing sudah kenal? Do you know each other? Ada yang tak kenal ya? Okay, you might want to do some introduction yourself.
Okay, in each group, make sure you introduce yourself briefly.
Okay, yang tak ada
Name,
kumpulan mana yang tak ada
what
kumpulan?
you're teaching, which department you're
Those
from.
without group, can you come here, please? Di sini yang tak ada kumpulan. Those without group. Ini ya. Siapa lagi? 1, 2. Bukan sini.
Oh, di sini ramai lelaki, di sini ramai perempuan.
Maaf ya.
Ini sebab random kan? Kita buat random.
Yang nggak ada kelompok, Bapak Ibu.
Can you
Four.
go to number 4? Number 4. Ya. Yang ini you pergi number 5. Di sini. Ya. Kamu duduk di number 1 sana depan.
Okay, please introduce yourselves to your teammates. Sudah kenal belum?
Belum
Okay,
semua.
you can introduce yourselves.
Okay, 1 minute to introduce yourself to your friends. Only 1 minute. 1 minit untuk kenalkan diri. All right. Go to activities 2.3, page 17. Right. Now you have different names, right? So many names. So now please, you have done your ice breaking just for a short while. Okay, you have to choose a name, right? Can you please choose a name for your group? Okay. And make sure the name must have some meaning, not just taking somebody's name and then put it together.
Okay, please be, listen up, please be creative. We do not allow you to just take the first letter of everybody's names. That is not allowed. Choose a name that reflect your team and make sure you can justify why you choose that name. Okay? The name of your team.
Okay. Come up with a name. After that, come up with your group motto. Okay, group motto. And then team's name, team's goal.
Go to page 17, 17. Open page 17. Page 17, Open page 17. Yeah, 17. Buka page 17, The activity.
Okay, kalau dah ada nama kumpulan, nanti tulis di whiteboard ya. Once you have your group name, Okay. You have only 1 minute left for your name. 1 minit saja lagi untuk dapatkan nama, a creative name. Kemudian write down your name at the whiteboard. Okay? At the flip chart table, sorry. The flip chart paper. Make sure you have a good reason for the name. Make sure you have the good reason for the name. Okay, I think everybody have the name, already have the name. Okay, can we start from here? Okay, can we start from here while you have your name diversity? The reason for diversity. Dengar ya. Excuse me, dengar.
From different country and then different culture in this group.
And over here we have and we have bees.
Okay, actually, why this group is called Creative Bees? At the first, the inspiration is come from the question itself. In the question, it says that choose a name for your group now. Please justify why you choose the name. Be creative. And then, why I not just bring it Creative Bees? Okay, the justification because bees is a hard work and they have a solid team. And then the creative is how we find a new way to finish a task. So the motto, the team motto is, okay, okay.
But the thing is, the bees is not creative.
What's the question, sir? Why? Because we take the philosophy of the ant. The ant is a very diligent creature. They have roles. They work together to achieve their goal. They are very supportive each other. If some of their member get sick, they tend it. They collect food for together, not for just themselves, and they clean the environment.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, over here.
Okay, we namely a round table because a round table, this definition is infinity because we meet first here and I see we create with a table like a circle maybe, and I think infinity is have a philosophy about to make us communication about the member team. Thank you.
Thank you. Over this group here.
Okay. Our team name is High Five. High Five. Because we are in team 5 and we are in high condition. High condition because all this mess agenda. Then our motto is keep trying, keep moving, and always together. Toss.
Okay, the last one here is a very kind of weird name, but I want to know why. What's the reason?
Okay, thank you. So, our group name, it is okay to use Indonesian language? Yeah, okay. Our group name is Bola-Bola Coklat. In English, it means chocolate balls. The philosophy behind, yeah, because the more you press the ingredients for the chocolate, the more the taste is so rich, and the more you put the topping on it, the more you put topping on it, it is also the more delicious. So it's represent our group, because the more you give assignment for us, the more we become rich, become the the part of this organization. Yeah, thank you.
I like the name, Bola Bola Chocolate. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I think you should finish up your work with the motto and team goal, right? But we will continue. Okay, another thing which is very important, all right, is to set the ground rules. Okay, you have to set the ground rules. Okay, this is very important. Okay, you have to explicitly suggest a good ground rules and must be a concrete one, right? To promote cooperative and also teamwork. Okay, this ground rules is very important to have. So your student, make sure they have this ground rules. Okay, and then also come up with the team regulation as a contract. So once you have the ground rule, you have like this will be your regulation, and you ask them to sign like a contract, sign off like a contract for the group. Okay, must be agreed by all the members. Okay, these are some of the example ground rules that you can ask to have. But again, this ground rules it comes from the group, not from us. Okay. Example of ground rules here: be professional, okay, be punctual, never give up, be supportive, be optimistic. Okay. This is again from other. All right. This is actually a page somewhere. Can you please look at your workbook? What would be the common ground rules that you might, or the group might have? Huh? Okay. Can you please come up with the ground rules? Okay. This just now is the example. Come up with the ground rules. Ground rules for your group. Bisa ditulis di mana-mana dalam workbook itu. Discuss together, come up with your ground rules for your team. Up to you. Yes, up to you. How many ground rules? Up to you. Yeah, you can use your whiteboard, no problem. But if you use whiteboard, flip chart. But then you might influence other people, so it's better not. Make sure everybody agree with the rules. Semua setuju ya? Okay, you have 1.5 minutes to come up with your ground rules. You can now write your ground rules on the flip chart. Okay, let me read the ground rules here for bola-bola chocolate. Over here, be open-minded, support each other, responsible to the rules, have fun, and then play hard, work smart. Okay. For high five here, the rules. What is the rule for communication? What's the rule? Apa? I know, but what is the rule? Huh? Harus ada itu apa rule-nya. Everybody have to communicate well atau apa nama support each other, whatever. Or yeah, make it as a rule. Okay, apa je? Communication is right, but don't belittle other people. Tentu. Ini juga what is attributes? The rules. Apa rules ini? Kumpulan round table. What are the rules? Contribute. What do we mean by contribute? Everybody have to be more specific. Okay, everybody have to contribute their work. Okay, everybody have to actively involve. Make it okay. Over here you have diversity. Respect each other, develop trust, bagus. Independent to speak, respect, responsibility, and also positive feedback, bagus, And over here we have what? Don't be stressed, be happy, don't blame, smile, ikhlas. Lagi apa? Thinking out of the box. Okay, with these ground rules, do you think you can fulfill your goal? Can? Sure? Sure? Okay. What about here? What's your ground rules here? Oh, okay. Over here, the diligent, participative, active, kolaborasi, juga kerja keras. Cukup ini, cukup untuk menjayakan usaha common goalnya. Cukup. Pasti. Okay, insyaAllah. Alright. Okay. Siapa yang belum lagi ni? Okay, I think over here communication well, supportive each other. Everybody you have to be specific, Everybody have to be responsible. Okay, that is good. Alright, thank you very much. Okay, these are a few examples that we have, right? Be professional, don't blame each other. Okay, respect each other, be punctual. This is very important, right? Do not take things too personal, right? Never give up. Okay, put the team first. Okay, contribute even the small things. Be supportive and be optimistic. Is another one here. Punctual for meeting and getting tasks done. Everybody must contribute. No handphone during the meeting. right? During the meeting. Okay, everybody must involve in the discussion. No smoking. Okay, discussion within teams. Make sure you involve all the members. So everybody can contribute, right? Share common schedule and also proper attire during presentation. Ini banyak lagi ya. Apa yang tak ada? Openness, right? Penalty. Okay, some people have this. So every time when the member come late, they have to give mungkin 10,000 berapa? 4,000 rupiah atau 5,000 rupiah atau mungkin 10,000 rupiah, whatever. Nanti bila kumpul-kumpul duit tu nanti kita buat makan-makan bersama. Ya. Okay. Again, no absentees. Missing in action, MIA. Ini selalu berlaku ni dalam grup. Okay. Come with prepared, appreciation, share workload and all this. Apa lagi di sini yang tak ada? Turn off your cell phone. No quarreling, right? Okay, this is from us. Okay, these are what we have recommended. Every member is responsible for the team progress and success, so you can feel the interdependence and accountability here, right? Attend all the meetings and be on time. Come with prepared. This is again very important, right? Carry out your assignment on schedule. Listen to and show respect for the contribution of other members. Constructive feedback, ideas. This is again very important to have a very constructive feedback or ideas given. Okay, resolve the conflict as soon as possible. Okay, pay attention, avoid disruptive behavior. Okay, this is again avoid one person. Make sure you have one person speak at a time. Tidak ada yang gangguan daripada lain. Dia baru cakap diganggu. Yeah, everyone participate. There shouldn't be any dominance. Okay. Avoid long discussion and examples. No rank in the group. Sometimes you dalam kumpulan sometimes ada yang dominant, okay? Ataupun dikasih okay dia leader dan sebagainya. So shouldn't have any rank. Respect, okay? Ask question when you do not understand. Attend your personal comfort needs at any time, but try to minimize team distraction. And di sini ada have fun, macam di sini juga ya. Have fun and rest. Okay, so these are example of ground rules students can have, right? And they have to have this. Not all, but and then they have to sign. Okay, if the group have problem later on, then they have to go back to their ground rules and they have to revise. Okay, so this call it as a living ground rules. Can we? All right, we're going to have a simple ice-breaking activities. We call it as one lie and two truth. Two truth and one lie. Okay? Tapi ini ramai ni. Sempat ke? Okay, we divide into your group. Can we divide into two? Dalam kumpulan mungkin ada tiga-tiga sebab this will take quite long kalau kita buat semua. Okay, 3 of you, 3 kumpulan dalam one group we divide into two subgroup. Okay, within these 3 members of you, buat 2 truth and 1 lie. You have to think by yourself. Okay, fikirkan apa yang benar tentang saya. Contohnya saya umur saya 53 tahun. Okay, saya ini punya seorang isteri dan saya mempunyai 5 orang anak. Okay, so which itu contohnya. Jadi saya tanya, okay, which one is the lie? Which one is the lie?
Ada 2 lie kat situ.
Ada 2 line. Ha. Gitu ya. Tapi jangan buat 2 line. Tapi dia tahu, tak apa. Okay.
Okey,
Jadi
tapi
buat
yang
itu.
ini dia 2 truths. Jadi 2 yang benar,
Satu
satu
saja
yang
lain.
tidak benar.
Jadi kamu harus.
Tapi masa diterangkan kepada kawan-kawan, kepada rakan-rakan, janganlah diatur 2 benar, 1 tidak benar. Campur-campurkan.
Randomkan.
Ya? Random. Jadi nanti rakan-rakan akan meneka mana satu yang tidak benarnya. Okey?
Faham
Dan yang tidak benar tu janganlah obvious sangat. Ya? Janganlah sudah tua tapi kata umur saya 20 tahun.
Okay? Boleh? So you have around 10 minutes for this game.
Okey.
Mulakan sekarang.
Jadi buat setiap group divide into 2 subgroups ya. Kalau tidak besar sangat it will take too long. Okey. So ini 4 orang, ini 3 orang.
Okay. Our class is very active. Hyperactive. Sudah semua? Sudah ya? Sudah ya? Okay, how do you find this? How do you find this activity? How do you find this activity? But how do you find the activity? This activity now? Very fine. Okay, betul. Do you know your friend now? Kind of? Betul tak? Yeah? A very simple ice-breaking game. But very impactful. Sebentar tapi agak impact. Bisa ada bonding kan? You can feel the bonding. Right? Okay, that is good.
Okay, jadi when you choose ice-breaking games, make sure the ice-breaking games will help your students to get to know each other better. Yeah, macam the two truths and a lie. To make up the lie and the truth, it must be some information that their friends do not know yet, right? So now you know some information that you wouldn't have discovered about your colleagues. Betul? Yeah? So this is a very easy game because you don't have to bring any equipment. Yeah? There's no, it doesn't require a lot of preparation, and yet it's still very powerful. Yeah? To help your students get to know each other and break the ice and help them bond. Okay, next. Okay, so now comes the conflict. Dia bila tidak ada apa-apa yang at stake, when there's nothing at stake, normally the conflict is not there. Yeah, conflict happens when there's something at stake. Something that is very important that must be accomplished together. So, because your students may not know each other that well, they will start to see, okay, who has control over this? Yeah, you have asked them to discuss the expectations and the norms before this, but now they have to translate this into operation. It has to be operationalized, and it's not easy. So sometimes people may feel defensive. Yeah, there may be, let's say if there's 4 of them, there may be subgroup within a group. Yeah, 2 maybe group, that's 2 against 2. Let's have a fight for this idea and so on. But again, you have to keep reminding your students, because this will result in low morale of the group. Yeah? You have to keep reminding the students the goal is to have the best for the team. So it doesn't matter whose idea it is. Usually the best idea is a combination of ideas. Yeah? So being able to accept that maybe this part of my idea is not working that well. Maybe we have to take that person's idea. Okay, so it's not about our ego, it's about the whole team success. So that is why you need to refer back to the team goal, the team rules and regulation, and at this time, by the time they have finished this part, you may have to ask them to perhaps if they want to revise their regulation. Yeah? Okay, next. Now, when you do this seriously, yeah, there has been articles that explain that students may go through, when you put them through some form of change compared to what they've done before. So change will bring about what psychologists define as trauma. Yeah? Emotions are associated with a big change. So this is in your book earlier on. This is on page 10. Okay? So initially there's shock. They got the shock of their lives. What? I have to work with people I don't know. So then there's denial. This is not happening. The lecturer is not serious. Yeah? So strong emotion, resistance. Now, once they get to acceptance, now if you look at this, their performance will go down because of the strong emotion, but once they accept, it will go back up And actually, if they reach integration, they will reach a much higher level of performance compared to where they were before. Okay? So, what we do in class is that we do show this to the students. Once they have started doing their work and they feel all this strong emotion, they don't like it, I will normally show this in my class and I ask them, where are you? And then they will start to laugh. Yeah? So it's good to help them to understand what they're feeling, because then it opens up the conversation. Yeah? It will help them to talk to each other and support each other. And you need to explain to them that after a certain level, once they have learned and know more, they will get to struggle and better understanding and integration. But they need to stay positive and go on and not just give up. If they give up, they will be stuck here. Okay. So this is part of storming. Now, on page 18, now in cooperative learning, they have done studies where they identified 4 types of groups in the classroom, among learning groups. So, can you, now there's how many other in your
We are going to divide into 4 in a group, okay, to do this. Right. This is actually the different types of groups, performance groups. Okay.
Now,
So
I
again, to
think
divide into 4.
I think it's okay for each one. There's double reading, and then they just explain.
Okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the group. Okay, over here we have 7 as well. Okay, by the way, can you please divide among yourself to read only one type of performance group? For example, 2 of you will have number 1, the pseudo group. 2 of you will do another one which is traditional group. And then you buat satu, the cooperative group, and 2 of you will do the last one, high performance group. Boleh? Okay? So divide among yourself. Who is going to, but make sure everybody have one of it, okay? Boleh? At most 2. At most 2.
By the way, this is very simple reading. Normally in our workshops, each person will take 1. Okay? It's really
So
simple
both of
and
you
quick
will,
reading.
For example, read number 1, read number 2, number 3, number 4. Okay? Over here, you read number 1, number 2, number 3, sorry. 1, 2, tak boleh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Faham? Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. Bisa? If you divided, your work? Okay, you read number 1. You read number 2. Both of you read number 3. And then both of you read number 4. Okay, boleh?
Okay, please read. Sekejap ya. Please read and understand it so that you can explain it to your friends. Because you are the ones who are reading it. If you don't really understand it well, then you cannot explain it well. Okay? So please read it properly. And then we are giving you some time, about one more minute. After that, you have to explain it to your friends so that you can understand all the 4 types of groups.
Okay, you have already only 5 minutes to complete this activity. 5 minutes. Okay. Together, semua sekali. Bukan ini. Yang ini baca saja. Individual baca individual, tapi sharing for with all. Okay? Read individually but sharing with all. Okay, you have to share with everybody. You have to read individually, but with sharing, you have to share with all the group members. Okay. become high performance group. You have to become high performance group. But this is very rare happening. You can. This is good enough. But you can do this is good. This is the best. Pandai shuffle. InsyaAllah bisa berlaku. Dalam random gapnya yang pandai. Nanti kan kita dapat yang nak pandai itu tahu masalah yang pandai. Jadi dia become student after that. Yang penampu sebenarnya. Sebelum ni resultnya bagus. Tapi bila dia buat ini, dia tahu macam mana nak belajar untuk jadi pandai daripada teman dia. Then he's or they are doing this. Alright, I think that's enough, right? Semua sudah habis ya? Okay, bagus. Okay, who's going to explain what it meant by pseudo? Pseudo group. Siapa mau terangkan? Siapa mau terangkan tentang pseudo group? What it meant by pseudo group? Siapa yang temannya bagus penerangannya? Pseudo group. Semua tak bagus. Siapa temannya yang bagus? Okay.
Oh, ini ikut saya nih. Pull up. Okay, thank you for the kesempatan, opportunity. Jadi English or bahasa? English. Oh my god. Okay.
Mengapa pun bahasa pun tak mengapa. Okay je.
Pseudo group is a nightmare group. Okay, it's a nightmare team because each other sikut-sikutan each other gitu ya. Itu. They don't want to help their teammate. They tend to work as individual. They give something to the group, but only to look good. Only apa istilahnya secukupnya saja. Adequate. Ya secukupnya saja. Dan tidak kadang-kadang malah menjatuhkan temannya, misinform seperti itu ya. Jadi team goalnya malah nggak tercapai seperti itu. Something like that. Goalnya menjatuhkan temannya supaya dia terlihat bagus. Ya kira-kira begitulah dari pseudo learning group ini. Oh, tidak mau bekerja sama. Oh. Iya, members better off working individually. Jadi nggak kerjasama ya, istilahnya dia lebih individualis, seneng kerja sendiri gitu, seperti itu ya. Mungkin segitu aja.
Ada yang mau tambah tentang pseudo group yang mungkin belum disebut? Yang mau tambah? Is it better to have a group or not to have a group because of this pseudo group? Lebih baik dia kerja seorang-seorang ya, daripada satu group kan performance dia lebih baik. There's no point of having group if you are a pseudo group. The level of performance is even worse than individual work.
Ya, jadi kalau kita tengok di sini ini individual performance ya. Di sini dotted line tu dia menunjukkan individual performance. Tetapi sebab dalam pseudo group ni, each member feel that if they do work, then others will also get marks for their effort. Okay, and everybody feel that, oh, I don't want to be taken advantage of, so I don't want to do much work. So in the end, what happened is that the performance of the whole group is actually lower than any one individual, the students working individually. Okay? So this is not working out at all.
Right, traditional group, siapa yang bagus penerangannya? Temannya bagus. Your friends really describe well about. Siapa? Pak, mana? Pak apa? Siapa? Bagus. Okay.
I'll be happy. Baik, untuk traditional group, actually this group already aware if the individual should be contribute, but in certain level, they only meet each other to divide about the task, but not highly motivated to work each other. And the other things is maybe if I read the explanation about the traditional group. Some of the member have high competencies and motivation, but some of the other have a low motivation. So the low motivation member will ask the smartest one to do everything. Maybe that's all from me. Explanation about the traditional group. Okay, thank you.
Terima kasih, thank you. Okay, bagus. Ada mau tambah lagi? Anybody want to add to this? Okay.
I guess there's one statement can help to explain the traditional group, that the member of this group work by the sake of completing the assignment. So once the goals of the team has been set, and then probably one of the leaders will assign assignment for individual members. Then just for the sake of completing the assignment, the team works by that way. That's all. So there's no like collaboration and kind of things yet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Biasanya, saya mau tanya lah. Biasanya dalam kelas kita grupnya bagaimana? Biasanya kita fikir kalau traditional group ni bagus ke tidak? Enough, ya? Yeah? Biasanya kita kata kalau dapat traditional group, okey baguslah, semuanya buat kerja kan? Ya. Yeah.
Kalau dalam pejabat kita bagaimana? Kantor kita? Traditional atau bagaimana? Kantor kita?
Jadi bagus atau tidak? Cukup lah ya, cukup untuk siapkan kerja, betul tak? Tapi itu yang terbagus ke?
Sebab itu dinamakan tradisional, kebiasaannya gitu.
Ya. Tapi sebenarnya team workingnya bagaimana sebenarnya ya? Okay, jadi kita tengok cooperative group dulu.
Okay. Kenapa kita nak bina kumpulan? Ada sebabnya. What's the reason of having group? So we have a reason for that. Okay, siapa yang buat cooperative group? Anybody, any volunteer want to explain cooperative group? Volunteer. Ini volunteer.
Okay, cooperative learning group. This is type of learning that student already aware about their duty to complete the assignment, and also they should be working together. But and each student to reach the goals of a team should be support each other, so collaborate collaboration between each student is needed in to finish the task in this type of learning. So this level is higher than before, but different type with the high performance is just they not really enjoy working together, because this is like obligation that they should working together to finish the task or the assignment from the lecturer. I think this level of a cooperative group, in my opinion.
Doesn't mean that they're not happy. Doesn't mean that they're not happy. Okay, because the performance group is good, right? It's higher. Yeah. Okay, we'll come to high performance. Okay. Any other any other fans want to share? Bola-bola coklat belum lagi ya? Sini pun belum lagi. Okay. Boleh, Bu. Ibu? Bisa?
It is enough. Yeah. The cooperative learning group is always have a continuous improvement for growing together. So their job description is clear. That is why, yeah. So the cooperative learning group has continuous improvement. Always keep their growing group together. Ngomong apa sih saya nih? Jadi sebenarnya cooperative learning group karena di sini itu memiliki semangat untuk continuous improvement. In Arabic language is nuzu ilal kamal. Jadi always grow together and to do continuous improvement, and because their job description in this group very clear. Jadi tiap orang punya tugas yang jelas sehingga mereka memiliki semangat untuk menyelesaikan tugasnya dengan baik. Sorry.
Yeah. Jadi kalau if you look at back the principle of cooperative learning kan, kalau yang ada principle itu, itu cooperative learning cooperative group, okay, they are actually good. Kalau dalam bahasa matematik, kalau suatu group itu 1 tambah 1 jumlahnya berapa? 0. Kalau tradition group 1 sama 1 sama apa? 1 itu sudo, 2, ya. Kalau cooperative group 1 sama 1 mungkin 3, ya. Alright. The last one, high performance group. Yep. Who's going to explain this? High performance group. Cepat. Volunteer. Okay. Ya, alhamdulillah. Ditujukan.
High performance group. In my opinion, this type of group has already chemistry, love, passionate to achieve their goals, and they're in love with their goals, and they have this shared common goals, and they see that common goals is ultimate goals they need to achieve. Yeah. And one point, they concern about each other development. It means that each one of the team is very concerned to push their competence and their skill in order to make the teams great. Small greatness gitu ya. And I have a similar philosophy in this kind of group. In words sakinah, mawadah, warohmah. Yeah. In marriage, yeah. In marriage, I think the level 1 is the cooperative group. It means the group is in sakinah level. It means the group it meant to be, but maybe there's but they understand they are a couple. They understand the couple and sudah sah menjadi couple dan sudah tahu tidak boleh melirik-lirik yang lain dan sebagainya. Ya, sudah tahu itu. Ya, betul. Yes, I'm sure. but the next level is cooperative group. It means we embrace it to mawadah. It means we have love in it. Yeah, we support each other. And for the high performance group, it's in the level of rohmah. It means bring the greater goodness for every aspect of their life, and they enjoy it, and they want it to be together until death, until Jannah. Yeah. So I see a similarity in it, gitu ya. So if I see a sakinah, mawadah, warohmah, maybe I have some satu kesamaan filosofi ya kalau melihat ke sini gitu dari keluarga.
Bagus ya, bagus. Dia dapat internalize dengan konteks yang berbeza. Itu sekali. Sudah level tinggi understanding insyaAllah.
We have to speak Arabic now.
Okay, jadi memang betul ya. Kalau high performing cooperative group ni dia dah synergize. Yeah? They have synergized, and sometimes even without saying, they know that their teammates will need help. Yeah, that's the level of understanding of very high performing cooperative group. Now,
excuse me, I have just one question. Here, the last keyword, writing, rarely achieved. What does this mean? Rarely achieved.
Rarely, okay. It's very difficult to achieve this. Rare, it's rare. Yeah. In my class, because we have a short time in one semester, if they can achieve cooperative group, that's good enough. But I want to ask you something. When you want to form certain skills, when you want your students to form certain skills, we have to understand what the skills are and what it looks like. We have to have a mental picture of it, correct? And when we want our students to have those skills, they have to understand what the skills are and what it looks like. Before this, when we group our students together and tell them to develop team working skills, do we give them a mental picture of what it looks like? What is good team working? Anybody?
Pelajar kita tahu tak maksud bagusnya, bagaimana bagusnya team working? Tahu tak pelajar kita?
Team working yang bagus itu bagaimana rupanya?
Do our students knows about this?
Bagaimana rupa team working yang bagus itu? Lepas itu kita kata mereka ni tak bagus lah team working. Tak pandai lah team working. Tapi team working yang bagus tu tak tahu bagaimana. Bagaimana dia nak tahu ada good team working sebab dia tak tahu rupa good team working tu bagaimana. Yang dipikirkan, traditional group ni good team working lah. Ya. Tapi sedangkan ini bukan good team working. Good team working mesti at least di sini. Ya. Jadi biasanya saya biarkan students saya buat kerja dulu. Earlier part, that's why you have to start in the early part of the semester. Let them work on their own first, and then I show them this. What we do with you, we ask you to read and share with each other, is the same thing that we do in our class. Okay? And then we ask them, which group are you? Yeah? And we ask them now, which group do you want to be? Which type of group do you want to be? And make sure you put it in your goal, your team goal. And in order to be a good, that type of team, what kind of regulations do you need? What kind of behavior, expectations in behavior are needed? Okay, get them to relook at their team contract. Because only then can they become a good team. And only then do they know what to aim for. Otherwise, we keep thinking, okay, you're group together, you'll develop team working. Yeah?
Nanti tanya, where are you actually now? Nanti dibilang, oh, we are in between these two. Itu tak ada ya?
Tak ada in between.
There's no in between.
Dia discrete. Dia tak continuous pun.
Okay. Alright, I think we have to stop now.
Okay, lunchtime.
Yeah, we have to stop now.
Okay, insyaAllah lepas ni kita continue lagi. So, jelas ya, team working has to be developed. Bukan dibiarkan begitu saja ya.
We have to support, and we have to support our students to make sure they come to that performance, at least cooperative group. And we have to support them. We have to scaffold them. Okay, by design, not accidentally. Okay. Okay. I think we have to stop now. Alright, we have to stop now. Inshallah, we have to be back at around 2. 1:30 ya? 1:30. Okay. Alright. Okay, jumpa nanti 1:30. Jangan tinggal setengah, tapi double jadi 2.
Oke Bapak Ibu, kita istirahat terlebih dahulu. Bapak Ibu, untuk makan siang di depan sudah disiapkan. Untuk sholat Bapak Ibu bisa ke MSU. Itu Bapak Ibu. Nanti kita akan kumpul lagi di sini jam 1.30 ya Bapak Ibu. Terima kasih banyak Bapak Ibu.
Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore. Jadi kita mula balik. We will continue with team dynamics. Now, once our students work in diverse teams, there can be some problems. So this is one thing that we would like you to watch, and after this you need to tell us what happened actually. Yeah, what went wrong. Boleh dapat lihat tadi? Dia macam pecah-pecah sedikit. Okey, kita tengok lagi sekali sebab dia macam pecah-pecah sikit tadi.
Okay, what actually you learn from this short video? What happened here? Misunderstanding. In what sense? Dekat mana yang misunderstandingnya?
The person who drive the truck thought that the person is trying to push the car to the cliff, working out. And then he tried to help him to push the car because he has so much energy. Then the car is thrown into the cliff. Wrong assumption. Wrong assumption.
Is the truck driver a bad person?
No. He's trying to help, but he doesn't understand what the person need. Yes. Work out. Yes.
Yeah, the truck driver may come from a background where it's normal to get rid of cars.
Mike.
Yeah?
Yeah. And what happened when he passed the person? He just horned, right? What does it mean? When the truck driver passed the car and then he horned, right? What that means when he horned? To say, you know?
Welcome. Yeah, you're right.
Welcome, right? Yeah. Yes. Okay. So what can we infer from this? What we can learn from this?
We need to understand our student difficulties before we try to help them. Miscommunication.
Okay. What if we're working in a team?
Pardon?
If we're working in a team.
If we work in a team.
Yes.
Then sometimes, yes. We try to help, but actually what he need is not what that kind of help that we offer. But he needs something else probably. But we don't ask, he don't tell, so miscommunication happens.
Or maybe there's communication breakdown, right? No communication.
Want to say something? There's no communication. You can see there's no communication there, right? Yeah. Yeah. So this thing can happen with our students, right? Among their group members, right?
Or with us.
Teamwork. Teamwork, this thing can happen because unspoken communication assumption.
Because of our different backgrounds, sometimes when we see certain things, we will assume different things. Yeah. So how we grow up, our experiences in life will help us to translate the things that we see. And all of us have different experiences. So actually, even though we may be going through the same thing, we will have different interpretations. Yeah. So that is why when we want to work in a team, when we want to reach a common goal, we need to say, even though for us it may be obvious, some of our other team members, for them it's not obvious. Yeah? And if you have people from different cultures, that's even more of a reason why you need to say it out, to make sure that everybody understands. Yeah? So we need to assess, one of the principles of cooperative learning is that there must be assessment of how the team is functioning. Yeah? So in our class, with the different student teams, we need to assess how the teams are functioning. But if we have many students, we cannot, as the instructor, we cannot assess each team individually. So what we do is, we have a scaffolding where the students can assess their own teams. Yeah? Next. So this is the scaffolding that we normally use. This is called the plus delta method. Yeah? See the plus, and the delta. Now this approach actually originated from Boeing, the plane manufacturer. Yeah? So the plus delta, plus we ask the students to list down the things that work well for their team. Okay? And these are the items that are action oriented. It's not judgmental. Yeah? We are not judging any individual. We are judging the actions from the team, the whole team. So what are the things that work well that we want to continue on? So ask the students to list down what are the things that are working well that should be continued in their team. What are the actions that should be continued? The delta are what are the actions that need to be improved. What are the things that need to be improved? What are the actions that we need to do to improve certain things on how we do the work? Okay? So delta should be action oriented. It begins with a verb. It should be specific so that it can be carried out. And it should be something that is possible to be done. And they should, having a list, they should review it and update it. So that once something is corrected, then they can move on to the next delta. Okay? So this is not plus and minus. It's plus and delta. So it's very positive and very constructive. So now, normally, if you give students anything that is team-based throughout the semester, there will be different parts throughout the semester. So normally you can have this like every 2 to 3 weeks. After one part, after 2 weeks, then you can do the first plus and delta. Yeah. So how we normally use this is that we do this in class. We do this in class such that each team will do their plus and delta. And then what I normally do is I would write down what are the one plus from different teams, and what are the one delta from each team. Okay, and they will see that there will be similarities, there will be differences, there are good things that other teams are doing that they can learn from, and so on. Now, normally when we do this plus and delta, it is actually very helpful because we ask them to actually do it. This actually eliminates the need for us to go to each individual team. Saves time because you are empowering the students to improve their team and look at how to improve how their team work. So let's say they have certain members who are not prepared or certain members who are not saying much. Then the delta may be, we need everybody to participate and be prepared for the meeting. Yeah? And everybody should be committed, should agree and be committed. Okay? So in the end, you will see that the students will actually improve on their own. It's very rare that when I have to go down to each team to help them solve some kind of conflict, personal conflict. Usually they'll be able to do it on their own. Yeah? Okay, so now we go into norming. Okay, now in norming, students would already realize the rules of the group. Yeah? How to go about this to make everything work. So they accept what are certain idiosyncrasies, certain things that has to be done in a certain way. So it's all accepted. They know how it works now. And because of this, the emotional conflict, the differences has been worked out. There's not that many major conflict anymore. Next. Okay. Itu work tak? Okay, so let's look at this video. Biasa tahu cerita rabbit dengan turtle tu ya? Okay. Yang ini kita tengok cerita rabbit dengan turtle. Alamak. Yang ini kita perlu sound sebab kena dengar.
Once upon a time, a turtle and a rabbit had an argument about who was faster. They decided to settle the argument with a race. The turtle and the rabbit both agreed on a route and started off. Once upon a time, a turtle and a rabbit had an argument about who was faster. They decided to settle the argument with a race. The turtle and the rabbit both agreed on a route and started off the race. The rabbit shot ahead and ran briskly for some time. Then, seeing he was far ahead of the turtle, he thought he'd sit under a tree for some time and relax before continuing the race. He sat under the tree and soon fell asleep. The turtle, plodding on, overtook him and soon finished the race, emerging as the undisputed champ. The rabbit woke up and realized that he'd lost the race. The moral of the story is that slow and steady wins the race. This is the version of the story that we've all grown up with. But our version of the story continues. The rabbit was disappointed at losing the race, and he did some thinking. He realized that he'd lost the race only because he had been overconfident, careless, and lax. If he had not taken things for granted, there's no way the turtle could have beaten him. So, he challenged the turtle to another race. The turtle agreed. This time, the rabbit went all out and ran without stopping from start to finish. He won by several miles. The moral of the story? Fast and consistent will always beat the slow and steady. It's good to be slow and steady, but it's better to be fast and reliable. But the story doesn't end here. The turtle did some thinking this time and realized that there's no way he can beat the rabbit in a race the way it was currently formatted. He thought for a while and then challenged the rabbit to another race, but on a slightly different route. The rabbit agreed. The turtle and rabbit started off. In keeping with his self-made commitment to be consistently fast, the rabbit took off and ran at top speed until he came to a broad river. The finishing line was a couple of kilometers on the other side of the river. The rabbit sat there, wondering what to do. In the meantime, the turtle trundled along, got into the river, swam to the opposite bank, continued walking, and finished the race. The moral of the story? First, identify your core competency, and then change the playing field to suit your core competency. The story still hasn't ended. The turtle and rabbit by this time had become pretty good friends, and they did some thinking together. Both realized that the last race could have been run much better. So, the turtle and rabbit decided to do the last race again, but to run as a team this time. They started off, and this time the rabbit carried the turtle till the riverbank. There, the turtle took over and swam across with the rabbit on his back. On the opposite bank, the rabbit again carried the turtle, and they reached the finishing line together. Both the turtle and rabbit felt a greater sense of satisfaction than they'd felt earlier. The moral of the story? It's good to be individually brilliant and to have strong core competencies. But unless you're able to work in a team and harness each other's core competencies, you'll always perform below par, because there will always be situations at which you'll do poorly and someone else does well. Teamwork is mainly about situational leadership, letting the person with the relevant core competency for a situation take leadership. And that is the end of the story.
Okay, apa yang faham dari sini ya? Perlu ada seorang aja ke leader? Boleh? Dalam satu tim tu, seorang saja leader. Dia tidak boleh, dalam in a team, there shouldn't be a hero. Just one single hero, tak boleh. Because it's actually a collective effort. So maybe there is a leader, but the leader also has to acknowledge at certain times you need to get somebody to lead in certain parts. So I think this is something that we need to understand, because if we want to solve the big problems that's facing us in the world today, in our society, this is something that we need to understand, we need to help our students understand, so that when they do go out in the real world and they become leaders, they become the decision makers, they become the ones who do the crucial work, then they understand how to actually work in a team. I think the problem now with us is that most of us do not understand what team working is about. Yeah? Okay, so this is why this is very important. And because failures in teamwork will lead to very, very bad decisions and even very bad accidents. Yeah, so itulah. We can lose a lot if we don't have good team working. Okay, we will go to the next part, which is the performing. Okay, performing is getting the job done. That means you're done, you're at the top. Next. Okay, this is the ultimate that we hope to get our students to get to. Normally it's quite difficult to get because of the short time that we have for the students to get to performing. But although it's not always reached, it's good to let the students know that if they can get even to norming, that's fine. If they can get to performing, that's even better. Okay? Next. So then the breakup. At the end of the semester, we break up the team. I've seen this in my students' reflections. They become very sad. Although initially there will be conflict, there will be storming, by the end of the semester they actually say, I'm feeling quite sad that our team will be breaking up and I don't know next semester if I can get the same team. Yeah? So they do express their feelings. They do feel very happy when their team are working. So this is the morning part, the breaking up. Okay. So we go to the next section. This is on page 23. Formal cooperative learning. Now, without turning back the page, activity 3.1. Ini jangan mengelak ya. Jangan don't cheat Can you recall the principles of cooperative learning? Just write it down. Try to write it down without turning back the page first. See if you can recall it. There's 5 principles. What are they?
Okay, you still remember the 5 pillars? Sorry, the 5 principles? What is the first one? Positive interdependence, good. What about the second one? Personal accountability. Personal, sometimes personal and group accountability as well. Okay, the third one? Face-to-face interaction. The fourth one, interpersonal skills. And the last one, okay, group and team functioning assessment. Okay, assessing group and team functions. All right, we also mentioned about this, the different types of learning structure. The first one is ad hoc. Okay, this is actually make the class active, right? There are the principle for this. Always start with individual, and then peer, and then the overall discussion. That is the structure of informal CL, which is very ad hoc group, And ad hoc activities can take around 3 to 5 minutes, right? And then we have the formal CL. This is where we are doing now, okay? The one that we are doing with you actually is the informal CL structure activity. It's a long-term group ranging from one class to one semester. And we mentioned just now about the group-based, cooperative-based group, okay? This is more institutional based. If we have the support from institution, is better. Okay. All right. What happened when the instructor divide the student into groups and then give the assignments or the project? Which one will happen? A or B? Most of the time is B, right? Most of the time. What about A? Rarely, right? Sometimes, right? So, does it mean we fail to make the class active? We ask them to, we divide and give assignment. Actually, active learning, right? But this is usually happen, but not the first one. Does it mean it is not work? No. Right? We have to design it for them to make this happen, the first one. Right? Okay, to overcome this, we need to embed the principles of cooperative learning. Okay? Because we want them to work together, and we call these 5 principles of cooperative learning. Okay? This is the 5 principles of cooperative learning, and the first 3 is the pillars. And with this become cooperative learning principle. Okay? The cooperative learning has shown to help students to master the complex course material. If the course material is difficult, so CL actually very helpful to ensure that they can actually get this complex course material. Okay? And also to solve problems. Okay? If you give them a good problems, complex problem, and CL is actually good to ensure this happen, right? And also to reach a consensual decision if you want to make sure that they come up with a good decision. So CL actually help them to do this, and also support difficult learning experience. So this is very helpful to help the students to overcome this problem. Okay, now can you please, there's another paper given to you, sheet of paper will be given to you, inshallah. And can you please read the papers, read the section 3 of the 3 pillars of CL. Okay, section 2, sorry, if you look at the paper, yeah. Look at only the section 2 of the paper about the 3 pillars of learning. So you have to divide among yourself. Each of you will take one, and then after that share with your friends. So if you have 6 in a group, so each of you will take one. You can say 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay? Right? Can you do it now? Divide among yourself. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So each of you will take only one pillar, read that pillar, and then after that discuss with your friends. The paper is quite lengthy, so only section 2. Just read section 2. Sudah dibagi 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, sudah?
Okay, pada paper yang kita dah edarkan, dia ada pillar 1, pillar 2, pillar 3. Ya? Jadi seorang ambil satu pillar. Ya? Pillar 1, pillar 2, pillar 3. Nampak tak? Okay. Kalau dah ringkas kan? Ada lagi yang tak dapat ke? Ada lagi yang tak dapat ke? Semua sudah?
Kita padam.
Okey, bapa-bapa, ibu-ibu dengan instruction masing-masing kalau kita lihat di sini dia ada pillar 1, the next page ada pillar 2, the next page ada pillar 3. Benar? Okey. Jadi seorang ambil satu pillar. Jadi kalau ada 6 members, pillar 1 ada 2 orang yang baca. Pillar 2 ada 2 orang yang baca Pillar 3 ada 2 orang yang baca. Kalau ada 7 orang, ada lebih satu lah. Kalau ada 5 orang, ada yang satu pillar tu seorang saja baca. So baca, fahamkan. Selepas itu dalam masa 3 minit kita bagi baca. Lepas itu perlu diterangkan kepada rakan-rakan yang lain. By the way, this is very important. You need to understand the 3 pillars so that you can design your own cooperative learning activities. Okay? Okay, you can discuss now. Each of you should explain what you have read, what you understand from each of the pillar.
Signature mereka
Okay, you have another 1 minute to complete. 1 minute left. Okay, done? You all done? Sudah habis? Do you have any question to ask? Or any comment? Yeah.
When we make a team and we select a leader, the leader has a bigger responsibility to the team. Is it fair for us to, as a lecturer teacher, to give more reward, like more point for he or she, the leader, and the member got just the usual score, but the leader have higher score because he has higher responsibility. Is it okay to do that?
As mentioned before, right? In cooperative learning, we don't have leader. We have moderator. And moderator will be rotated. So we want each of the students to learn to be a good leader. So there's no one leader for the whole course. No, this shouldn't be that. Okay, because we want them to learn to be a good leader. For the first time, he might not be a good one, but he's waiting for another chance to be a leader. Moderator considered as leader, but is not leader of the project. Okay? Any other question? or any concern about the materials that you right?
Okay, you have to understand the three pillars because after this we are going to give you some examples and you have to identify the three pillars in the example formal cooperative learning activity. Okay? So we will, next.
It's not working.
Sudah petang. Dia punya ni pun apa list dia pun sudah penat. Okay, there's a lot of formal cooperative learning structures. If you Google formal cooperative learning, these are some of them. These are the formal cooperative learning structures that has been designed by other people, and they have proven that it works. They show that they have all the principles of cooperative learning, all the three pillars are there, and they have actually published this. Yeah, so this is available. The papers, the original papers that have all these descriptions are available. Okay,
The
next.
one that the jigsaw method, very common one.
Yeah.
That is a common common activity that you have learned actually. Not learned, you have used in your the first part. Okay, but then remember we remind you not to use this in your class. Remember? Ingat tak?
Not yet, because you have not learned how to actually implement it well.
Yeah.
That's why.
So now we're going to learn this. Not learn, we are going to use jigsaw as well to learn the other formal CL activities.
But we will learn about the jigsaw method now. Yeah, next.
Alright, so again, these are example of CL structure, as mentioned, which has already been published. Okay, and we're going to use this.
Next.
Learn how to use this.
Not all of it.
Okay.
Now,
So
in the jigsaw method is from Ronson. So it has been a long time, 1978. Can you go to the next one? Yeah, because this is a lot of reading. Okay. Now you've seen this before, if you've attended the first workshop. Basically, in the jigsaw method, there's two types of groups. But initially, your students will be in the home group. Yeah? Let's say there's 4 members in each home group. And we divide the experts, we divide them into expert groups. Each of them are assigned into 4 different topics. Yeah? It can be 4 different topics, 4 different types of problems, 4 different whatever. So, you have the red, blue, yellow, and green members. Yeah, each will have that. Now, to help the students learn, if they were to learn on their own, then it will be more difficult. So what we do is, we shift them into expert groups. Yeah. So for the expert groups, they will work with other students from other home groups with the same topic or with the same problem. Yeah. So once they have prepared this, they have a common notes so that they can go back and teach their friends. So normally, once they have taught their home group, we can give them a quiz or a test or whatever to make sure that everybody has the same understanding on the different topics. Yeah? So let us identify the pillars. Next.
Remember the 3 pillars?
Oh, apa benda ni?
Okay, never mind. Remember the 3 pillars? What are they? Okay. Yes, and individual accountability. Okay, can you please, can you identify the 3 pillars here?
First step, they sit with their home team. Now, when they sit with their home team, they are given different topics. Everybody have to prepare their own notes first. So, which pillar is there in the first step? Ada positive interdependence tak? They are working on their own, but do they know that they have to teach others? Yes. So, ada lagi? Individual accountability. Bagaimana boleh rasa accountable? Mesti prepare betul-betul nota tu. Ya. Sebab nanti dia akan dibincangkan dan akan pulang kena mengajar balik teammates-nya. Ya. So itu ada menyebabkan ada individual accountability. Ada face to face promotive interaction tak?
Masa bila? Face to face masa bila?
Dibahagi-bahagikan
home group lagi?
So nanti dalam expert group ni step 2 dia masuk dalam expert group. Ada individual accountability. Ada dia sudah bawa notanya sendiri. Ada positive interdependence. Ada, they have to prepare just one note to bring back. So they have to prepare the best notes. Everybody should understand because they have to teach their team. Ya. Ada face-to-face promotive interaction. Ada juga. Ya. And then step 3, they go back to their home team.
Bila once they go back to their home teams, can you see the principles?
Ada lagi 3 pillars tak? Biasa dia balik ke home team untuk mengajar teammates dia.
Ada tak? Apa dia?
Masih ada.
What do you have? Yep.
So 3 pillars tu dia bukannya ada di satu tempat sana, satu tempat sini ya. Dia ada 3 tu ada. In all the steps, the 3 pillars are there. Yeah?
Alright. Now again we are going to use this okay, activity for you to learn the other 5. Okay, the other 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not 6. Okay.
So you're learning 6 because you're learning about jigsaw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
But now you have to learn using jigsaw these 5 techniques. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ini ada 6 ya. Ada satu yang kita tak buat. Stat kita tak buat. Kita buat yang ini 5.
We have stat.
Okay.
Okay. Never mind. You look. Just go through your workbook. You have F1. Okay.
Okay. Look at page 27 ya. Stat ada.
Okay, never mind. This is what you have to do, right? So each member of home team will be assigned one formal CL activity. So this is this is your home team. Remember your home team? This is your home team. Okay, at your home team, you have to have your father or your mother. Who are going to be the mother or the father? Can you please identify one among yourself? Bapa atau ibu? Please identify who is going to be the bapa or the ibu. Oh, we can call it a moderator. Okay, moderator for that. Siapa di sini? Grup ini ada moderator? Masing-masing tunjuk masing-masing. Mana satu? Bapa satu aja. Okay, can you please select among yourself to be the moderator now for your home group? Boleh? Sudah? Angkat tangan moderatornya. Can you please raise up your hand, the moderator? Hanya kumpulan ini ada moderator. Lain mana? Sini mana kumpulan ini? This group. Over here? Tak boleh. Tak ada, tak boleh. Tak boleh. Yang ada aja. Siapa? Cepat. Ini? Sini mana moderatornya? Cepat. Enggak ada tanggungjawab apa, cuma moderator aja. Okay, moderator, please make sure you write down all your group members' names. Tulis nama. Write down your group members' name. Your home group members' name. Sudah? Dan? Mana group members name? Sudah? Sini? Sana ada? Siapa? Sudah tulis? Alright. Okay. So moderator, please assign. We have 5. If you go through your workbook, we have five activities, formal activities. Can you please assign by yourself? You must say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Kalau ada lebih 5 orang, then tak usah ambil apa-apa lagi ya. Nanti kita akan assign.
If you have more than 5, then the other one just don't have any number yet. Okay? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can you do it now, please? Sekarang ya, buat sekarang. Okay, number 1, angkat tangan, raise up your hand. Number 1. Where's number 1? Number 2. Where is number 2 here? Number 2, this group. Mana number 2 sini? Who's number 2? Okay, number 3. Number 3. Okay, number 4. Where is number 4? Number 5. Mana number 5? Satu aja number 5. Angkat tangan tinggi number 5. Number 5 mana? Waduh. Okay, number yang tak ada nombor, tolong berdiri. Enggak ada nombor, tolong berdiri. Okay, enggak ada nombor, berdiri. Cuma seorang. Ini mesti ada tak ada nombor ni. Berdiri. Ini kenapa tak ada nombor? Okay, sini. Okay. Cuma 3. 1, 2, 3. Nombor 3 ya. 1, 2, 3 ya. Ingat ya. Okay, so you remember your number. Okay. Right, sit down. Thank you. Okay, next, what you have to do, since each of you have the number, so you have to read, understand, and then come out with a visual notes of that activity. Okay? Visual notes. Remember, we have here. Mana dia? Okay, this is a description about jigsaw. Okay, the description. Kan? Okay, we converted this description into visual notes. See? So you have to do the same thing. Okay, from the description, you have to come up with this visual notes. It could be cartoon or flowchart, whatever, with very minimum words. Minimum words. We still have home group, expert group, but very minimum words. Okay, jangan tulis panjang-panjang. Minimum, 1-2 aja. Alright? So, jadi di sini we have 5 activities that you have to learn. Okay, and you have to identify once you after this, when you have done this, come up with the visual notes. After that, number one will gather with all your friends that have number one as well. Okay? Now you become expert group. This is the home group. After this, we will bring all of you with number one, number two, number three. You are sitting together with your members that have the same activities. Then you have to discuss together. Okay, show your whatever you have done, your visual notes, show with your friend. Then come up with only one note. One expert group, only one note. At your mahjong paper, the split chart. Okay? One expert group will have only one visual notes. Okay? Everybody agree with that? Make sure all of you understand and can explain to your home team. Once you have done it, okay, you have to go back to your home group and then you have to share your understanding in your home group. Okay? Dapat di sana? But before that, at your expert group, make sure you identify the three pillars. The three pillars at that activity. Macam tadi kita buat, just now we identify the three pillars at the jigsaw activity. The same thing. You have to identify the three pillars at that particular activities. You got it? Boleh faham ya? Okay, and then you go back to your team, home team. You teach your friends about these different activities with the pillars as well. Boleh ya? Bisa. Okay. Alright, nombornya kita tengok di sini ya. Okay, this team games tournament is F1. F1 maknanya nombor 1. Nombor 1, okay, you have to read this and then convert this into visual notes. Number 1. So number 1 is team game tournament. Number 2, team game tournament ada two pages. Number 2 is group investigation. Number 2 mana number 2? Okay, you have to do group investigation.
Boleh tengok page 27 ya. Tengok page 27, FCL1, Team Games Tournament.
Okay. This one,
lepas tu tengok page 28. Page 28 is FCL2, Group Investigation. Page 29, FCL3, Constructive Academic Controversy. Page 31, FCL4 is Student Teams Achievement Division. And FCL5 is Complex Instruction. Page 32.
Okay, F3 is Structured or Constructive Academic Controversy. CAC. F2. F3. Okay. And then F4.
Abang, use the book. Everybody has a book.
Yeah. Based on, tengok buku ya. Okay, F4 is Student Team Achievement Division, Stat F4. Please refer to your book. F4 is Student Team Academic Division. Dan F5 is Complex Investigation. Complex Instruction. F5. Okay, bisa? Boleh? Dah bagi. Okay, sekarang, so you have around...
Yang tak dapat number tadi dah dapat dah? Dah.
You have around 8 minutes for your individual, 5 minutes. 5 minutes for your individual reading and convert into visual notes. Only 5 minutes. Okay? Okay, based on your, you have to refer to your notes, page 27, that is number 1. Okay, team games tournament, number 1. Number 2 is group investigation. Okay, page 28. And then page 29, constructive academic controversy. Okay, that is number 3. And number 4, is stat. Okay, student teams achievement division. And number 5 is complex instruction. Okay. Okay, you have another 2 minutes to complete your visual form, visual illustration. Okay, done? Sudah habis? Bisa 1 minit lagi, last? Okay, 1 minute left and last 1 minute. Alright, done. Everybody done, right? Siapa yang belum siap? Gak ada tangan. Jadi semua dah siap ya. Okay. Number one. Okay, by the way, the father or the mother, make sure you have all the names. Your children's name. Ada? Ada ya? Okay, ingat ya siapa anak-anak kamu? Make sure you remember your children. Kalau mak ayah tak remember children, masalah. Okay? Alright. Now we are going to hold on, we are going to
Sekejap ya, bapa-bapa dan ibu-ibu, you need to remember this. Take this seriously because we have often experienced before this in other workshops, anak-anaknya hilang. Anak tak ingat ibu bapanya tak apalah ya, tapi ibu-ibu bapa-bapaknya perlu ingat anak-anak kan. Sebab itu perlu tulis nama ya.
Kadang bapaknya yang hilang.
Ada yang sesat ya, masuk keluarga lain lepas itu.
Remember, if one of you missing, let's say one of you is not there, then your group members akan ada masalah. Kan? Now we are learning all these 5 activities. If one of you is not there, then you're missing one activity. Okay, that is very important to make sure you have individual accountability. Right? Tidak ada yang missing lepas ni? Alright. Okay, we are going to form an expert group, right? In your expert group, make sure you discuss first. Jangan terus kepada lukisan whatever. You discuss, make sure everybody agree. And really understand the activity. If you have problem, you have any doubt, you can ask us anytime. Right? Discuss first, make sure everybody agree with it. Then only you convert into your new visual notes. Okay? New means an innovative, with everybody give some ideas.
And make sure each member should contribute in the expert group, because if you do not contribute, the visual notes normally do not have that many words. Yeah? So you will have difficulty in explaining to your home team if you do not participate. Okay?
And make sure you really understand. Each of you have to really understand well, so that you can explain betul. Or else you ajar silap, bagi ajaran sesat. Okay? Kalau ada soalan, tanya.
Okay, boleh refer to your, nanti bila mau mengajar the home team, you can refer to your expert team. Inside your expert team discussion, if you still have doubts, you can raise your hand and either Dr. Syed or I, we will help your team, your expert team. Yeah? Tapi ni semasa expert team discussion, ya? Okay?
Okay, number one, expert number one. Okay, angkat tangan semua. Number one, you come and sit here. This is number one. Number two di sini. Number two. Number three over here. Number three. Number four over here. And number 5 at the end here. Number 5. Okay, ulang balik ya. 1, 2. Number 2. Expert 3. Expert 4. And expert 5. Okay, you might want to introduce yourself first. Probably you do not know each other, right? Okay, introduce yourself first. Okay. Kenalkan diri dulu, kenalkan diri masing-masing. You are number one. Something is wrong here. Number one. Can I see number one hand? Number one. Angkat tangan tinggi-tinggi. Number one. Sini okay. Number two. Number two we have 7 members. Number two. Number 3. Okay, lebih banyak ini. Number 4. Kenapa cuma 5? Satu each one. Okay, alright, betul. Ini ada yang mungkin tak bisa datang tomorrow, so we put them together. Yeah, but still. Yeah. Okay, bapaknya home group number 1 siapa? Siapa number 1? Bapaknya? Bapaknya home group number 1 di sini. Siapa bapaknya? Ini. Di sini. Bapaknya di sini. Number 2, you bapak number 2. Tadi kursi sini ya, tinggal sini. You stay here. You stay here. No. Just... Okay. You punya anak number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ada sini tak? Anak ada sini. Ada. Sana. Anaknya hilang. Oh ada. Okay. Okay, sudah cukup. Cukup. Alright. Minta maaf. Okay, minta maaf. Now you can introduce yourself first, and then straight away discuss. Make sure everybody have the common understanding. Ada soalan bisa tanya. Okay, and then come up with one visual note for each group.
Apa yang nak tahu ada di mana?
Maybe after 5 minutes I have to go because my class starts already, so I have to teach. So maybe I just finish this game and maybe what is the game or when?
Tinggi seorang dia yang kelas dia pembuat.
Dia ada tak team member lainnya?
Ada.
Tak ada.
Nobody can explain.
Dia ada duplicate team member tak yang lain? Yang siapa yang boleh masuk ganti dia daripada grup lain? Dia orang ada lebih tak team member? Lebih daripada 6 orang ke? Cakap kat dia orang 10 minutes lagi besok dia orang habiskan discuss dan start.
Okay, you have 10 minutes to come up with a consensus of the drawing, the visual notes. You have 10 minutes to come up with a consensus of your visual notes. Orang melukis ya di situ. Nanti mau diajar. Okay, make sure you start to do your illustration at the flip chart. Gambarnya di situ ya. Have a consensus. Yeah, make sure to stick to it. Yes. Agree. Okay, everybody will agree. Boleh. Yeah, that's why you have to be here.
Oh, that's why.
That's the reason. Okay, can you please make sure you draw only in one flip chart? One flip chart. Don't have two. It's very difficult. One page, only one page. Okay. All the okay. See. Okay. Hopefully. The whole activity should be done in one flip chart, right?
Esok lah boleh explain. Cakap dekat tu lah, kita bagi dia dia ada 5 daripada henti 5 kali 5 25 minit 25 minit tanya ni. Dia kata apa? Kenapa? Dia orang patut balik ke apa? Tapi garap pun baik cepat untuk solat. Garap pun balik cepat solat.
Dua nama dia, guru musik.
Empat ke? Empat ke? Empat. Yalah. Tapi dah suruh orang balik. Balik rumah sekarang. Dia tak tulis lagi.
Okay, you have only 3 minutes to complete your drawing. 3 minutes left. Okay, 3 minutes. Or else you cannot go back earlier. Kalau tak bisa siap, tak bisa pulang. Make sure you finish your drawing in within 3 minutes. By the way, in your expert group, please identify the 3 pillars. Dengar In your expert group, please identify the 3 pillars. You write down P1, P2, P3. Okay. The 3 pillars apa dia? P1 apa? P1 positive interdependence. P2 apa? Face to face interaction. Okay, make sure you identify P1 in your illustration. Make sure you identify P1 positive interaction, P2 face to face, and then P3 individual accountability. Okay, make sure you identify this in your illustration. Sorry, positive interdependence, P1, positive interdependence, P2, face to face, and then P3, individual accountability.
Ya setelah selesai kan ini sudah scoring kan, berarti kan nanti kalau saya skor berapa, besarnya berapa.
Masalahnya mereka spesialis tapi jadi nggak spesialis.
Okay, I think you have completed your drawing, right? Okay, if we were to ask you to explain, we might leave this room at 4:30. Okay, because of that, I think we have to stop now. But make sure you come here early in the morning to explain to your group members. Dengar, ini penting. This is very important. If one of you missing, the whole group will have problem. Okay?
So kalau ada yang missing, kita buat apa dengan mereka besok?
Kalau yang missing,
kena ada punishment ya.
Kita keluarkan surat arahan dari amaran. So we're gonna start at berapa ya? Hold on.
Nanti dulu. Belum lagi, tunggu sekejap.
Okay. So please be here at 8 o'clock sharp. Jam 8 pagi. Okay? Jam 8 pagi, you have to be, you will sit with your
home
at your
team.
home team. Sekarang
Bukan
ini
expert
apa? What
team,
is this? This is expert group. Okay? Nanti datang sini tinggal dengan dalam home team. The father jangan hilang. The mother jangan hilang. Okay? They have to come earlier. Father or mother have to come earlier. Alright? Alright, I think we will stop now. Remember, be sure that you will be here at 8 o'clock. So that we can start doing the gallery walk. Okay, gallery walk meaning that you have to explain. We have to go from one flip chart into another flip chart. Okay, and those who are responsible for that, you have to explain to your friends. If you are not around, then that group have problem. Nobody going to explain. Okay, pastikan semua ada di sini at 8 o'clock.
Phone number masing-masing Kalau lambat telefon.
Yang itu tugas mak ayahnya. Ambil phone number. Apa? Okay, saya ingat we have to stop now. Thank you very much for your commitment. Alright. Remember, we haven't finished our activity yet. Alright. So please be here at 8 o'clock. We can start sharp at 8 inshallah. Alright. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.